I think we are live. So welcome everybody. Today is Monday, May 17th, and we are gathered as the Joint Standing Committee for the Environment and Natural Resources. We have first off this morning an update on the budget, supplemental budget from the Department of Environmental Protection and the Climate Council's work. So we have Hannah Pingree and Commissioner Melanie Loisem with us. After we finish talking about the budget, we're going to move on to public hearings for 3 bills, and we'll go in this order: LD 1639, LD 1662, and LD 1429. I suspect we'll be here for the morning and perhaps some of the afternoon. There's about 40 people signed up for testimony today. So we will keep it to 3 minutes for the public and longer for folks that are part of the legislature and part of state government. So with that, let's go ahead and start introductions of the committee members, and Representative Bell, we'll start with you.
Good morning. I'm Representative Art Bell. I represent the House District number 47, which is Yarmouth, Shabeek, and Long Island.
Representative Ziegler.
Morning, I'm Representative Paige Ziegler from District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrill, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Representative Dudera.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Vicki Dudera. I represent District 94, which is Camden, Rockport, and the island of Islesboro.
Representative Bloom.
Good morning. This is Lydia Bloom. I represent House District 3 in York.
Representative Gramlich.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
Representative O'Connor.
Good morning. I'm Beth O'Connor. I represent Berwick and North Berwick, House District 5. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning.
Representative Hanley.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which is Pittston, Alna, Westcasset, and Randolph.
And Senator Carney.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and the non-Senator Brenner portion of Scarborough.
And Senator Bennett.
Good morning. I'm Rick Bennett. I have the privilege of serving 13 towns in Western Maine and Cumberland and Oxford County, the beautiful Lakes region and foothills section. Thank you.
And my co-chair, Representative Tucker.
Thank you. I represent the people of Brunswick, House District 50. Thank you.
And I'm Stacey Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which is the other part of Scarborough from Senator Carney, all of Gorham, and part of Buxton. And with that, we will go ahead and start our conversation about the budget. And I believe I'm going to pass it first to you, Hannah, and then off to Commissioner Loisem. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That makes sense to you all. Good morning. Again, my name is Hannah Pingree. I'm the Director of the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future. Greetings, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. I'm sorry you all have to be inside on this beautiful day, but hopefully you got to enjoy some of the incredible weekend. So I'm here with Commissioner Loisem, and we're here to talk about both the governor's proposed main jobs and recovery funding plan, the governor's bond proposal, just quickly, as well as several of the governor's proposed Part 2 budget items that relate to the work of this committee, as well as the implementation of the climate action plan. So the governor unveiled her main jobs and recovery plan just 2 weeks ago. Her administration's proposal to invest more than $1 billion in discretionary federal relief funds allocated to Maine under the American Rescue Plan Act, meant to make historic investments in recovery and longstanding economic challenges to achieve 3 goals. 1, immediate economic recovery from the pandemic. 2, long-term economic growth. And 3, to support infrastructure revitalization. The plan draws heavily on the governor's Economic Recovery Committee work, the state's 10-year economic development strategy, as well as elements of the state climate plan. We obviously look forward to collaboration with the legislature as we further refine the specifics of these initiatives to meet the goals. The governor also presented a bond proposal aimed at rebuilding Maine's transportation system and conserving lands and waters. The proposal dedicates $100 million to our transportation system for roads and bridges, as well as multimodal through the Maine DOT. And it also dedicates $40 million over 4 years to conserve lands and waters through the state's Land for Maine's Future program. This bond will be heard in the Appropriations Committee later this week. And most recently, Governor Mills unveiled her Part 2 budget for the FY 22-23 biennium, a proposal that makes historic investments in Maine's public schools and meets the state's obligation to pay 55% of the cost of K-12 education for the first time in Maine history. The proposal includes a host of additional bipartisan priorities, such as initiatives to improve the health of Maine people, relief for Maine people most adversely impacted by the pandemic and overburdened property taxpayers. It provides enhanced revenue sharing with municipalities, provides support for PFAS remediation and infrastructure upgrades, and also adds money to the state stabilization funds. The proposal, which is balanced and does not raise taxes, also leaves approximately $23 million in funding on the table for use at lawmakers' discretion. So specifically in these three proposals, there are significant investments in the urgent climate actions highlighted in the Climate Action Plan. So hopefully you all saw a chart, a little PDF we provided this morning about some of those elements. I'm going to briefly walk through some highlights as they relate to sections of the Climate Action Plan. Again, hopefully you all saw that. We actually put it together because we have a Climate Council meeting this coming Wednesday. And I think as we sort of saw the entirety of some of the funding proposals and the difference we can make on climate action, we were excited to put them together in a form that really shows the breadth of the plan. Commissioner Loisem will also provide much more significant detail on several of the items of the Maine Department of Environmental Protection, as well as the additional significant budget and jobs rescue plan proposals for Maine DEP. So if you have the plan in front of you, or either way, I'm just going to give you a few highlights. So for the first one, obviously the transportation strategy was among the more significant elements of our state's climate emissions profile, and also the area where we needed to start taking urgent action. So in that section, the state puts $150 million towards the new Maine Connectivity Authority. I know Senator Bennett is the sponsor of that bill, incredibly exciting effort that we hope will make significant difference helping Mainers connect to broadband, one of the elements of the Climate Action Plan. It puts $5 million to start a pilot program at the Maine DOT for workforce transit pilots. So we know that especially in rural areas, getting to work, having access to work is a challenge. And so through this, we're starting sort of the upward trend of public transportation, but doing it in a creative way for rural areas. It puts $8 million into municipal and public EV charging through Maine DOT and Efficiency Maine Trust. In the next section on buildings, an area incredibly important to folks like Representative Ziegler on the EUT committee, it puts $50 million at the Efficiency Maine Trust to support our significant efforts to weatherize and make our Maine buildings more efficient. Of that 50 million, 25 will be for homes, rentals, and affordable housing, weatherization programs, and efficiency upgrades. $15 million will be for schools, towns, counties, and community organizations. And the last 10 million is dedicated to industry, business, and small business efficiency programs. Second, the plan also puts $50 million in a fund for affordable housing with a focus on highly efficient affordable housing for obviously renters and ownership opportunities. In the next section for energy and efficiency, there's a couple of budget items, including staffing at the governor's energy office for grid modernization work, as well as a DEP staffing position, which Commissioner Loisem will talk about. So in the jobs section, obviously the major focal point of the jobs and recovery plan, there's $50 million for heritage industries. I think for those of you who have read the climate plan in detail know that how we revitalize our forest products industry, our farming industries is critical to the preservation of those lands, as well as to elements of the climate plan. So $50 million for heritage industries, 20 million for forest products, 20 million for agriculture, and 10 million for fisheries processing. There's $8 million for a clean energy partnership. And this is an effort with the Maine Department of Labor, the Maine Governor's Energy Office, as well as my office, to really focus on workforce and innovation strategies in the clean energy sector. Additionally, as a part of the budget, there's staffing and research dollars going to the Department of Marine Resources and the Governor's Energy Office for offshore wind activities. Next, in the section about protecting Maine's environment and sequestering more carbon, obviously the $40 million for the Land for Maine's Future program through bonding activity is a significant effort to try to help Maine towards its 30% conserved lands goal by 2030. There's also $400,000 for a forest carbon mapping project. Again, Commissioner Loizem will speak more to that item, and $16 million for programs at the Department of Marine Resources, several of which overlap with climate priorities. The area of the plan I'd say I'm most excited about, and there's been a lot of activity in the legislature, including some in this committee, is to in the section to build healthy and resilient communities and protect infrastructure. There is a proposal to start a new municipal partnership project with $5.5 million. $2.5 million is for planning and technical assistance for communities and regions around climate resilience, and $3 million for energy and technical assistance and grants for energy and carbon reduction programs. As a part of that work, there are 3 positions in my office, 2 of which will totally support our ability to work much more closely with Maine communities. Over the course of the past year, we've worked closely with the Maine Municipal Association, with the COGS, and it's incredibly obvious sort of the need for a greater partnership between the state and communities and towns on climate, as well as a variety of other issues. Additionally, there's 1 position for housing and land use in my office, which will work on both housing, general housing policy, but the incredible challenges of land use, another section, another item highlighted in the climate action plan. There are investments for sewer and water. Again, Commissioner Melanie Loizem will speak to those. And there's $20 million for an infrastructure adaptation fund, a significant proposal that came out of several working groups of the Maine Climate Council. This fund will really serve as a pilot over the next couple of years. It will be housed at the Maine DOT, and it will focus on funding in partnership with communities and regions, some of the most at-risk infrastructure projects. It will work in collaboration with the Maine DEP, DMR, IF&W, as well as groups like Maine Municipal Association. Now, I will just say our hope with a number of these different funds is to really leverage the opportunities also happening at the county and local level. We have been in conversations with county government, with the COGS, as well as many towns. They are obviously also receiving money under the American Rescue Plan, and they're thinking, okay, how do I spend these funds in a way that can really make a lasting difference? So from broadband to sewer and water to the infrastructure fund, we hope that these state funds, these state investments will leverage greater investments at the local level. So happy to talk more about that, but I will pass it off to Commissioner Loizem to go through the sections of the plan and the budget that relate to the Maine DEP.
Representative, before we go forward, Commissioner Loizem, let's pause for questions. Representative Gramlich has a question.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Hannah. How are you?
Great to see you all.
You too. I'm curious, and this might be for the commissioner as well, and I'm happy to ask again, but I know that in the plan, there's about $25 million earmarked for drinking water. And I think it references sewage and maybe community or municipal drinking water, but I'm wondering if there's any money that will be earmarked for residential drinking water. Currently in Maine, there's about 52% of Mainers who get their drinking water from wells. And presently there's not really ample opportunity to have testing, particularly for low income people, to test for arsenic and other contaminants. So I'm curious if there's any mention in the plan to use any of these funds to assist in that regard.
Yeah, good question, Representative Gramlich. So just to be clear, 25 million is for the state's revolving loan fund and other CDC drinking water programs, and 25 million is for wastewater infrastructure, which Commissioner Loizem will speak to. So of the 25 million, I'm happy to send you follow-up information from the Maine Department of Health and Human Services that administers this program. My recollection is the majority of it is for the state revolving loan fund, and there is a section that is targeted towards some private well projects for exactly the reason that you highlight. I know that they have a significant backlog of applications, and they usually get about $5 to $10 million through bonding. So they are incredibly excited about this influx of funding and the good that they could do with it. Again, my understanding is a couple of $1 million was slated for that smaller loan and grant program. So again, I'm happy to send you those details.
Thank you.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. This in the supplemental budget, Ms. Pingree, it says 400,000 to support forest carbon mapping. What about shoreland mapping of carbon in marshes? Is that in that? Is that part of the carbon mapping? I know we discussed actually doing a baseline carbon sequestration project for all the carbon sequestered.
I will defer part of that question, Representative Bloom. It's a good one to the commissioner because her department is really leading that work as they work on the next DEP emissions as well as net neutrality report. Right. I will say the 400,000 is primarily for a forest carbon project and carbon budget with the University of Maine. Again, the commissioner will speak to it in more detail, and we also have a couple of bills coming up. LD 1429 mentions this, and I know there's also an eelgrass mapping which overlaps with that, which this committee passed unanimously. So it doesn't deal with the full picture. I will just also say that the new Department of Environmental Protection leadership is thinking about how to better provide resources to states for exactly the kind of mapping projects in a more comprehensive way. Obviously, this is a lot of both money and technical resources for states to do on their own. So I'm sure that Commissioner Loizen will add something more intelligent than that.
And just a follow up on the seafood, what is it? Improve fishing industry infrastructure and monitoring. Does that have anything to do with the Seafood Business Council, or is that something different?
No, I believe there's a sort of an itemized list which the Department of Marine Resources has for the $16 million. There are a couple of items around public health monitoring, especially for the ocean and clam flats. I think they're upgrading their equipment for that. There's some specific infrastructure work that allows Marine Patrol as well as their marine scientists to do better monitoring, as well as a couple of different upgrades for their Booth Bay facility. So I'd say it is clearly in support of the industry, but tangentially related to, it does not include launching that whole Seafood Business Council concept.
Great, thank you.
Any additional questions from the committee? I have one for you. Under that heritage businesses section, I spent the weekend yesterday with my sister-in-law, who's a lobsterman out of Five Islands, and we had a lot of discussion about the 98% of gear starting to disappear so that we can protect the whales. Can you tell me a little bit about whether or not any of that money would go to helping fishermen transition their operations?
For the $10 million, it is primarily it actually is for infrastructure and processing upgrades. So frankly, it is looking to diversification of the industry, making sure we're adding more value. That doesn't necessarily speak to challenges that fishermen may face due to changes in the industry due to the right whale regulation. I mean, it certainly is related. I do think some of the DMR $16 million in this plan includes some support for both enforcement and information for fishermen. Obviously, that is a complicated and evolving picture of that federal regulation and that lawsuit and what will happen with that. So I would definitely encourage you to also reach out to the Department of Marine Resources. But I think through changes in the ocean temperature, obviously the regulatory situation is much more significant and urgent and coming sooner. And so I think that the Department of Marine Resources as well as DECD is thinking about ways to support varying business diversification and the industry over the next couple of years.
Great, thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Speaker Pingree. I had a question, really, just maybe, well, I'll put it to you, and maybe Commissioner Loisem can answer it too. What is the expected number of position increases from the budget that's being put forward? And how many of those would be permanent and how many would be temporary?
I don't know the number in total across all of state government. I know that there is a lot of activity on the CDC side and child welfare side, and Melanie will speak to the PFAS, obviously is a significant staffing thing. Of the ones I spoke to, the ones I'm most familiar with, we have 3 in our office that are ongoing positions. Again, Melanie can speak to the ones, and we're happy to try to get you an answer on the overall picture, but I can't tell you that I know that.
Thank you. I appreciate that when we have a moment. Thanks.
All right. It appears that as if that might be all the questions that we have at the moment. So maybe we will move on with Commissioner Loisem's presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for having us. Quick answer to Senator Bennett's question, which I'll cover in more detail, but for DEP in the budget package, it is 18 positions. There are permanent plus 6 limited period. So that's how it would add up total for DEP. So apologies, I'm gonna take you through this a little bit like budget testimony, just to make sure that I touch on the various parts of the change package as well as the recovery plan that pertain to DEP. And I've given you what I'm going to read from, so you have those pages for your reference. In general, the resources that we've proposed would provide desperately needed staff and funding for PFAS and land use licensing, support implementation of Maine's climate action plan at DEP, and support modernization of DEP's licensing and regulatory processes. First, I'll discuss DEP's request pertaining to per and polyfluoral alkyl substances, or PFAS. As you're aware, PFAS has been widely used in many products for decades and are commonly found in our environment. You've already heard a lot this session about why we are concerned about PFAS, so I'll take the time today to discuss what resources are needed by DEP to protect Maine citizens from PFAS contamination. There are practical limitations to what we can do to address PFAS right now. There's limited toxicity information to judge one PFAS against another, and ongoing federal and international research will support better informed remediation decisions in the next few years. Some technologies for removing PFAS from liquids and solids are available, but there is no practical option for actual destruction of these compounds yet. Our knowledge about PFAS has expanded drastically in just the last few years, and we expect that trend to continue. Therefore, our proposal for PFAS funding in this change package focuses on finding and protecting Maine citizens with the highest exposures to these chemicals happening right now. Based on sampling done in Maine to date, we believe the greatest risk from PFAS is in private drinking water supplies with hydrologic connections to sites where PFAS-containing waste have been placed in or on the land. As discussed during the hearing for LD 1600, DEP plans to have a prioritized list of sites for soil and groundwater sampling soon, and we anticipate this will result in the discovery of more private wells that exceed drinking water guidelines and therefore require treatment. DEP can use contractors to perform much of this work, but there are many aspects of investigating PFAS contamination that should be handled by a state official. This includes things like prioritizing sampling locations, gaining access to private properties, explaining sample results to homeowners, and establishing program guidance. Daily decisions need to be made that impact individual Maine citizens. DEP has decades of experience handling contaminated properties, and we know that effective strategies to mitigate risk and restore property values involve partnerships between state agencies and Maine-based or regional businesses with the expertise and equipment to help us get the job done. So in Part A of the change package on page 57, DEP is requesting 11 new permanent positions and 6 limited period positions to help the state grapple with contamination of these forever chemicals. These positions would cost $1.5 million per year this biennium, then be reduced to 1 million per year for DEP's next baseline budget. These positions are necessary to adequately investigate more than 700 sites in Maine where PFAS-containing wastes were land spread, and to effectively leverage the $25 million proposed in Part A, page 58, as well as in the language Part R on page 17, for contractors who would conduct sampling, for the purchase and installation of drinking water treatment systems, and for hauling, storage, and treatment of PFAS-contaminated wastes. As we've done with the funding that was transferred from FAME earlier this session for PFAS work, we'll create a subunit in the Uncontrolled Sites Fund so that we can track our spending specifically to each funding source, and that's described in language Part R2. It is worth noting that state funds spent on chemical contamination are often recoverable in litigation, while federal grant expenditures may not be. These initiatives are accompanied by funding for the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry as well, to work with farmers impacted by PFAS contamination, to test feed and food products, to research options for continued farm operations, and to manage mortalities. And you'll find that in language Part Q. Next, I'll cover the proposals pertaining to climate change. As Director Pingree touched on, the governor's proposed change package and recovery plan include several proposals to fund the work of the department implementing Maine's climate action plan. We're requesting one new FTE in Part A on page 55 to handle rulemaking that will be necessary to update DEP's rules, not only to reflect changes in our climate, but also to revise the licensing and regulatory processes created in those rules. The last major substantive rulemaking for DEP's coastal sand dune rule was completed 15 years ago. And people like former Senator Bob Foley still shudder at the memory of that rulemaking process. DEP's rule for site law policies and procedures, and the much debated provision for no unreasonable alteration of climate, those rules were last amended only 10 years ago. And those are just two of the 16 or so DEP rules pertaining to land use licensing that should be reviewed and updated. And I think you all know enough about these topics at this point to recognize what an undertaking it will be for DEP and stakeholders to work on revisions to those rules. As Director Pingree mentioned, we're also requesting one-time funding in Part A on page 56 of $400,000 to contribute to a forest mapping partnership project with University of Maine. The state frequently works in partnership with other entities to acquire ortho imagery because paying for flyovers to collect images is expensive, but it produces files that can be used for a wide variety of purposes. This project would have two parts. First, to collect imagery that can delineate land cover types across the entire state. And in answer to Representative Bloom's question, I think what it would cover would be limited by what would be viewable by the technology in, as I understand it, essentially a plane flying over at very low altitude, gathering image data. And then the second part would be used to pay for a forest carbon researcher to convert that land use data into carbon density by plant cover type or species. This will help us with calculations of carbon sequestration and will support programs that incentivize sustainable forestry and agriculture. Next, in Part A on page 57 and language Part S, transfers $5 million to the department to enable us to continue the Culvert Grant Program, which has been funded by bonds since 2015. This competitive grant program matches local funding to increase the resiliency of our city and country roads to large storm events and prevent eroded soils from being washed out into ponds and lakes, where it contributes to algae and turbidity. And I note we have a great website with a mapping tool that was recently developed by a conservation aide for DEP, where you can see where each project occurred and which bond cycle it was funded from. As we discussed a bit already, Maine's job and recovery plan includes funding for drinking water and wastewater infrastructure, similar to funding that was previously provided by bonds. On page 14 of the recovery plan, it proposes $22 million for repairs and upgrades to municipal wastewater treatment facilities, plus $3 million for small community grants, which are used to repair or replace malfunctioning septic systems. This funding can be used as a match for other grants, principal forgiveness, and otherwise leverage with companion funding to make very expensive projects feasible for wastewater districts. And as mentioned, the Department of Health and Human Services would administer the funding for the drinking water program. So third on DEP's list of highest priorities is land use permitting. In Part A on page 57, DEP is requesting 6 new positions for the Bureau of Land Resources. As you've heard many times already this session, DEP cannot review permit applications against environmental protection standards fast enough. It is no simple task to answer a phone call from someone excited about their new development project and to explain to them what environmental permits are required. Then we hope their application will have all the information we'll need to determine if their project complies with applicable laws and rules. Usually it doesn't, and it's then no simple task to explain that to people either. We could just say, permit denied, try again, but that's not an improvement to the situation. We prefer to work with applicants to help them achieve their objectives. So we're requesting 2 categories of staff in this change package. 3 positions that would be licensing project managers and 3 positions with specific expertise in stormwater engineering. DEP currently has 13 environmental specialist positions dedicated to reviewing land use license applications and writing licenses, 10 positions who are supposed to do inspections and site visits, but who also help with license application reviews, and 4 working supervisors who get assigned the most difficult applications to handle. DEP processes roughly 100 stormwater permit applications per year, and an additional 100 site law applications, many of which also require stormwater review. This review involves evaluation of engineered plans that provide for stormwater treatment and the control of runoff. DEP currently has 3 positions assigned to that task, and we're requesting 3 additional environmental engineers in this change package, one of which would be a supervising licensed professional engineer. We estimate this number of additional staff is still needed after maximizing partnerships with engineers from our county soil and water conservation districts and private consultants. As the number of land use permit applications to continue to come in record numbers, DEP proposes in the Jobs and Recovery Plan on page 9 to use $8 million of federal recovery funding to build a licensing and compliance data system to finally give Maine citizens and the regulated community an online portal to DEP. This has become an almost mythological ideal at DEP because what we need to do our work like it's 2021 is obvious, but always unachievable due to cost. DEP utilized a portion of $500,000 that was allocated to this project in the previous biennial budget to pay a Maine-based consulting firm to compile all the requirements for such a system from each of DEP's licensing programs. Based on recent requests for information by Maine IT, we estimate the cost of $8 million to build an adequate system, which could become part of a statewide enterprise licensing system. And I am grateful to Senator Keim for the eloquent statement she made to this committee earlier in the session about the state's need to make this investment in DEP. So let me wrap it up by highlighting that we are proposing to build this database while updating our licensing rules and incorporating climate change science. This is an opportunity to do systematic process improvement that can reduce red tape while maintaining environmental protections. We hope that the additional licensing staff, a rule writer, funding for forest mapping, and a data system will get us there. Lastly, in the change package for DEP in Part A, page 59, is funding for an HR-approved reclassification for an engineer who obtained their professional licensure and therefore qualified for promotion to the next level engineering classification. So that covers all the DEP elements of the change package. Overall, the change package and recovery plan funding we are proposing reflect our most critical priorities and needs, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Bloom has a question.
Thank you. Commissioner Loisem, this sounds like a really good foundational work that you're proposing, foundational changes that could really propel us forward. I'm very impressed with this package. My question is about in the sewer system aspect of municipal wastewater. Does that include funding not just for septic systems, for expansion of the actual sewer system in a town?
Oh, yes, the 22 million would be for the larger municipal wastewater system. So only 3 million would be for private systems.
And one more question what about shoreland zoning aspect of the DEP? Is there any increase and any more resources put into that?
Not to that program specifically. The shoreland zoning requirements would be part of what we would be reviewing in the overall review of our rules and incorporating things into the licensing data system. So it will be part of the larger process review that we'll be doing.
But no more staffing?
No.
Thank you.
Senator Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Commissioner. A couple of questions. One is, why is it that state funds are recoverable sometimes in litigation while federal grant expenditures are not?
I'm not going to be able to give you a specific legal answer to that. I know that I've seen in recovery cases in other states where there's been state level litigation that the federal grant expenditures don't appear to get the same kind of consideration as the state expenditures do. I think it may be because the way that federal grants are used has some, there are some options associated with that. And so it just looking at what I've seen in some other cases in other states on, things unrelated to PFAS, but generally chemical litigation, the itemized expenses that the state can delineate from state funds are much easier to have a judge rule in favor of a state for recovery.
Okay. Yeah. Did you take advice from the AG's office or something on that, or is it just your own understanding in your departments?
It's in conjunction with conversations that I've had with the AG's office, primarily regarding MTBE contamination and costs that have been spent by the state in the last couple of decades on that.
Okay, thank you. That's really interesting, and I appreciate that insight. Just one other question, if I may, Madam Chair. Regarding the $8 million for a new portal, data portal, as you are painfully aware, the recent history of the state procurement of data systems, for example, the recent Workday, well, I say the recent, it's lasted for 7 years now of a disaster, and it continues to unfold in the tens of millions of dollars for an HR system. Our unemployment compensation system was so messed up that we had to spend $6+ million with McKinsey and Company, who we're also suing for their involvement in opioid distribution. And so the question is, what have we learned, and how confident are you that your department, in working with the IT folks, can really get an $8 million system up and going soon without cost overruns and without all the disasters we've seen elsewhere?
Relatively confident, Senator. Those are horrible experiences that have happened regarding other data systems, and DEP has certainly had our fair share, although none of them as large as the ones that you've described. We're currently using a system that once upon a time was envisioned to be sort of the one ring to rule them all for DEP. And that was 20 years ago that we were using federal grants to try to stand that up and slowly migrate our various licensing programs into it. So we've got a couple of decades worth of experience figuring out how to move our old individual processes into a data system and to share that data amongst ourselves. We've been talking to IT about this and trying to figure out how to do it for a very, very long time. Like I mentioned, with a few small failed attempts. So I think one of the advantages we have, besides a very, very long planning horizon that I hope we're more at the end of than the beginning, is that I think we know when to cut and run, hopefully too, that if things look like it's not going to work, we're not going to throw good money after bad to try to keep it going.
All right, well, good luck slaying those Nazguls.
Representative Bloom, do you have a Lord of the Rings metaphor for your question as well?
Well, it is a 3. So the 25 million for the wastewater treatment facilities, I understand that 3 million of that, it was, did I understand this correctly, that there are 3 treatment facilities that are really impacted quickly? And does that mean that each treatment facility it's going to cost $1 million to replace it? Did I understand that correctly, or am I totally wrong?
Well, yes and no. So the $22 million would be spent in the same way that bonds have previously for wastewater infrastructure. So there's a process of putting out requests for proposals, and then municipalities put their funding packages together based on their request for the funding from that pot of money as well. So we can't tell you today specifically which projects would be funded because there's a process that has to be gone through to weigh them all against each other. But we are aware that there are a number of facilities that have a critical need for investment right now.
Great. And just to follow up on the shoreland zoning thing, this is, to me, this is critical. Did you find that you just didn't want to ask money for the shoreland zoning, or that you just really felt you didn't need it?
Well, I was thinking after I'd answered your question earlier that I would note that as Director Pingree described, through her office, we're looking at making increased investments in municipal assistance, particularly focused on climate change impacts. And so I think what we would like to see is how that pans out and what the municipality's needs are moving forward. So it may be that maybe we don't need to invest in more staff in shoreland zoning at DEP because we're adding resources in another area that may get us to that same outcome.
Great, because I think it is critical, and that it may require a change then on the because shoreland zoning is enforced by the code enforcement officers of municipalities. That it may be that we may need to look at how municipalities then will be handling that. And so, but to me, it's critical as more property is being sold, as more people are coming into the state, and a lot of money. There's a lot of activity on the shoreland that we really must protect. And it's very difficult for these towns to do it. And there's very little support at the state level for it. And I have after this, Ms. Loisem, I'll be telling you a little story, but after this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question for you, Commissioner. In the land use department, we have previously spoken about the challenges of holding on to folks as a result of the wage maybe not being as competitive as what folks can receive in the private sector. Is there money to increase that rate of pay for those folks, or are we just increasing the number?
This does not change the pay scale for those classifications. So there is a statewide classification study that was being done out of the Department of Administration and Financial Services that would impact these positions and all others if it was determined that their pay was not market competitive.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any additional questions? All right, thank you both so much for joining us, and we're excited to see where this goes. And I'm sure we'll offer you our feedback.
Thank you so much.
All right, and with that, we will move on to our public hearings for the day, and we'll start with LD 1639, which is, oh goodness, hold on, friends. 1639 is an act to protect the health and welfare of Maine communities and reduce harmful solid waste. And Senator Carney is the sponsor and is here to introduce the bill. Oh, 1 second, Senator Carney. Representative Johansson has joined us. Let's have him do a quick introduction before you launch into your testimony.
Good morning, and thank you, Senator Brenner. My name is Chris Johansson. I represent House District 145, the 18 organized towns between Bridgewater and Sherman.
Welcome. All right, Senator Carney, it's all you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and esteemed colleagues on the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. As you know, I'm Ann Carney, and I'm pleased to be before the committee today to introduce 1639, an act to protect the health and welfare of Maine communities and reduce harmful solid waste. This bill is critical to preserving the capacity of our state-owned Juniper Ridge landfill and protecting the communities that live in the surrounding area from the harms of toxic out-of-state waste. I want to thank members of Don't Waste Maine and its chairs, Ed Spencer, Bill Lippincott, and Hillary Lister, for their powerful and tireless work on this issue, and also to express appreciation to Sunlight Media Collective for covering and raising awareness. I'll begin with a little bit of background information. In 1989, in order to, quote, protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens, enhance and maintain the quality of the environment, conserve natural resources, and prevent air, water, land pollution, the legislature enacted a public law, which was called an Act to Promote Reduction, Recycling, and Integrated Management of Solid Waste and Sound Environmental Regulation. That is a mouthful, but that is the framework. So this law became the basis for our modern solid waste management framework. It included provisions that would give the state more control over how we manage our waste, as well as provisions that would give the state as well as the amount and sources of waste being brought in from neighboring states to be burned and buried here. The law prohibited the development of any new commercial landfill and the disposal of out-of-state waste in state-owned landfills. Moving forward, state-owned landfills could only be used to provide capacity for Maine-generated waste. And interestingly, the statute actually talks about landfill space as being kind of a very important resource to protect. At the time, the legislature was concerned with the rising amount of trash being brought into Maine from other states, and it wanted to take protective measures to stop Maine from becoming New England's dumping ground. The pressure on Maine to accept out-of-state waste, including construction and demolition debris that contains toxins such as lead, mercury, and arsenic, has continued, and the pressure has even increased as other states adopt measures to protect the environment within their jurisdictions. So we have a loophole. Unfortunately, while the 1989 law created a good framework, the weak definition of Maine-generated waste undermined the protections the legislature sought to create. The system created a loophole that private waste processing facilities can use to circumvent the ban on disposing of out-of-state waste in state-owned landfills. Today, thousands of tons of out-of-state waste ends up in our state-owned Juniper Ridge landfill every year. This practice is both fueling the need for landfill expansion and also threatening nearby communities. Here's how the loophole works. The private waste processing facilities operating in Maine accept thousands of tons of out-of-state waste. They are then free to manage that waste however they would like. In some instances, private processing facilities remove and recycle just a fraction of the total amount of waste they import. After processing, the residual waste is deemed to be Maine-generated waste, and it, despite the fact that it was generated outside of Maine, and it's eligible for disposal in our state-owned Juniper Ridge landfill. Under this system, the Juniper Ridge landfill has become a dumping ground for toxic and harmful out-of-state waste like construction and demolition debris, a form of waste that is known to contain hazardous chemicals. I mentioned earlier mercury, lead, and arsenic. Currently, at least a third of the waste that's going to Juniper Ridge is from outside of Maine. The practice we tried to prevent previously is still occurring. Our neighbors are using Maine as a dumping ground, only now the landfills are filling up with out-of-state waste were funded by taxpayers who wanted to prevent this waste from entering Maine in the first place. Our neighbors are continuing to strengthen their waste regulations. Efforts to protect their own states from toxic waste have actually increased the pressure on Maine's state-owned landfill. solid waste management companies in states with more protective waste management regulations continue to exploit Maine by sending their unwanted waste here for disposal. Not only is it wrong that Mainers paid for a landfill that has become a refuge for harmful and unwanted out-of-state waste, but this waste is significantly threatening the surrounding environment and those who live in the shadow of the landfill. The toxic out-of-state waste buried at Juniper Ridge threatens the drinking water and environment of nearby communities and sites of historic culture and cultural and spiritual significance for the Penobscot Nation. I believe that the leachate that comes out of the Juniper Ridge landfill is not tested or treated for PFAS. I want to talk a little bit now specifically about 1639. LD 1639 will put an end to this system and protect Mainers from the harm posed by out-of-state waste. The bill amends Maine's waste management law to establish a fair, balanced, and proportional definition of Maine-generated waste in a manner that limits the amount of residual waste these processing facilities can bring in and send to our state-owned landfill. The bill also provides communities most impacted by landfills a greater say in the licensing and expansion of the facilities by adding a consideration of environmental justice to the public benefit determination. Limiting the proportion of out-of-state waste that goes into our state-owned landfill will ensure that our taxpayer-funded resource benefits Mainers. This policy will only impact waste processing facilities that take in more out-of-state waste than in-state waste, and that fail to significantly recycle and reduce the waste they process. For these facilities, the bill will put needed pressure on them to better reduce, reuse, and recycle the waste they manage. Facilities that primarily process in-state waste and or reduce the volume of waste before sending it to a landfill are unlikely to be affected. Now is the time to take control over the waste that's being imported into and buried here in Maine. Maine is doing tremendous work to limit the amount of waste we create and to keep toxins out of our landfills and out of our water. The loophole undermines that work. The loophole actually also undermines the policies that the other states in our region have implemented to support recycling and reduce use of landfills in their states. We should all work together regionally to implement laws that increase recycling and protect our environment. Thank you for your time this morning. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1639, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Are there any initial questions for Senator Carney? Yes, Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Carney, for your statement. Could you give us, do we have a definition of social justice, environmental justice? Is there a definition for that?
So the legislation does not propose a definition for environmental justice. And I considered and evaluated that ultimately the Board of Environmental Protection, when it was engaging in rulemaking related to the out-of-state waste issue, adopted a definition or adopted rules related to environmental justice that didn't include a definition of environmental justice. And so this was actually really an effort to be consistent with the rulemaking that the board engaged in. I think that terms like environmental justice do get fleshed out as specific issues are considered, and sometimes they become improved and specified by subsequent rulemaking and also sometimes by subsequent case law. So you're right, it is not defined. I don't think that that's a significant weakness to including it. I think it's really important for us to begin to identify through our work what that means.
If I may continue, Madam Chair. My concern, of course, is when you put something in statute, it becomes a law, and we're going to something in law that isn't defined. So I'm a little concerned about that. But you've made your statement on it, and that's fine. One other question is
Actually, could I respond to that? Because I
sure.
appreciate your concern, Representative Hanley, and I don't want it to become a stumbling block here. I think one option would be that I can continue to work toward finding a definition. I think that there maybe are some other legislative proposals before this committee that might include some definitional language. And so that's something I could definitely bring back for the work session if you'd like.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. My other question, of course, is there a constitutional issue about when you interfering with interstate commerce? Is that going to be? Is this the way you've spoken about your legislation? Is that you're directing it out of state waste coming into Maine? But that's an act of commerce. I mean, we're going to see a constitutional issue here.
So that's a really important consideration, and I'm glad you raised it so that I can speak a little bit more to that. So the way this legislation works is it actually creates a proportionality. That's something that I was getting at when I said it was a kind of a fair, balanced, and proportional way of dealing with out-of-state waste. So it actually doesn't forbid the importation of out-of-state waste. And I think of it kind of as a little bit of a mathematical formula in my mind, but the amount of out-of-state waste that is imported has to be less than or equal to the amount of in-state waste that goes into the landfills. So it's really trying to remedy the situation where we have some manufacturers or some processing facilities that are, the waste that they send to Juniper Ridge is like 75% of it is from out of state. And so if you can fix that balance in two different ways. One is that you can focus your business model more on in-state waste. The other thing is you could focus your business model more on recycling and recovery from that out-of-state waste. So and probably you would use a combination of two to address it. But it's not about prohibiting the out-of-state waste. It's about setting some proportionality.
If I may, Madam Chair, I understand what you're getting at, but I mean, could we apply the same rule to beer making? In other words, you would limit the amount of beer produced in another state shipped into Maine, as long as it didn't exceed the amount of beer that Maine produced in its own economic activity. I mean, a good lawyer could go to court with this and I think have quite a good time. So, and you're a lawyer, so you know what I'm talking about. Thank you for your answers.
And I love the comparison. I think that the difference here is that the constitutional test looks to compelling state interests. And I don't have the bandwidth right now to figure out the compelling state interests on the local brew scene. However, the interest at stake here is the capacity of our state-owned landfill to take in waste, and particularly the importance of having it available for in-state generated waste. And also, I think supporting the kind of regional policy of reducing waste, where, if we don't want to allow folks to avoid standards that have been set in our neighboring states.
Thank you. And I've got an ongoing study of in-state beer production. I'm still doing that now.
Okay, I would love to help you with that study.
I think the whole committee would be on board for that one, Representative Hanley. Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Carney, for this super important discussion and very, very timely. I just wanted to offer to you that I have a bill that's before the EUT committee, and we are doing definitions of environmental justice populations, and we're working with the folks at the Mitchell Center and also the equity subcommittee chairs, co-chairs. So I'll be happy to pass along that to you. We're still working on it.
Thank you. I'd be really excited to see it.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. US EPA also has a definition of environmental justice, which they use in their rulemaking in their, which I think is pretty straightforward and probably would fit the bill here as well.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. I appreciate that. It's nice to see how great this committee works together as a team.
Any additional questions for Senator Carney? Senator Bennett, perhaps you could put that definition into the chat for everyone. That'd be great.
I'll be happy to do that. Thank you.
Representative Tucker. Representative, you're muted.
I'm struggling with the new definition of residue generated within the state. As I look at the new language that you've added, as long as the weight of the residue disposed of by that facility at a solid waste landfill does not exceed the weight of the solid waste initially generated within the state. Let's assume that a processing facility has, say, 99% of the material that they process comes from out of state. After they process it, by taking off the good 2x4s and the burnable stuff, if only 49% of that goes to a landfill, it makes all of that waste that came into the state into in-state waste. I mean, you're defining what comes from out of state by where it ends up. Just to try to understand that. I mean, where it ends up helps define where it came from.
I'm trying to give me a moment to look at this. Could you, I'm sorry, Representative Tucker, can you re-ask the question? It's not you, it's me, but I'm just trying to follow.
Seems to say that as long as less than half goes to a landfill, anything processed from out of state is considered in-state still.
I mean, that could, under some circumstances, I think, be the case. I think that kind of ties back to Representative Hanley's concern about, prohibition on out-of-state waste, that we, under the Commerce Clause, we can't blanketly prohibit importation of out-of-state waste. But the point of the change of the definition is to reserve landfill capacity in Maine. And so if something is brought into Maine and most of it is actually removed and recycled or put to some other use, and it is kind of taken out of the waste stream, then that's perfectly fine. That's not, I think that this legislation is designed to encourage that activity. It's really to restrict the amount of the out-of-state waste that's going into the landfills. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. It clarifies what your intent was quite well. Thank you.
Okay, if you have concerns about it and suggestions, you or anybody on the committee for improving the definitions, I'm very eager to take those into consideration.
All right, any additional questions for Senator Carney? I'm not seeing any, so we will move on to I don't believe there are other legislators here speaking. So I think next up is Paula Clark from the DEP. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. I'm Paula Clark of the Department of Environmental Protection, and I'm speaking this morning neither for nor against LD 1639. In 2020, the Maine legislature passed PL 2019, Chapter 619, that in part revised the statutory definition of waste that is generated within the state. The law provides that under a set of established standards, residues generated by recycling, incineration, and processing facilities located in Maine are considered to be Maine-generated waste, regardless of whether the waste recycled, incinerated, or processed by those facilities was initially generated within or outside of the state. LD 1639 proposes to add a standard to that list that would require that the weight of the residue disposed of by that facility at a solid waste landfill does not exceed the weight of the solid waste initially generated within the state that was recycled, incinerated, or processed by that facility during its annual reporting period. The bill also proposes to eliminate an exception in current law to the recycling standard for waste processing facilities and to add an environmental justice provision to the statutory standards for public benefit determinations for new or expanded solid waste disposal facilities. Prior to 2020, Maine law provided that waste that is generated within the state included residue and bypass generated by incineration, processing, and recycling facilities within the state, or waste whether generated within the state or outside of the state, if it is used for daily cover, frost protection, or stability, or is generated within 30 miles of the solid waste disposal facility. In part, this language addressed the inherent problem, particularly in the case of Maine incinerators, of attempting to identify and potentially segregate residues, such as ash, that had been generated through the incineration or processing in Maine of waste that originated in another state, and also took into account such issues as the seasonal fluctuations in the volumes of out-of-state generated waste accepted by Maine incinerators. The significance of classifying waste as generated within the state is that by law, a solid waste disposal facility owned by the state may not be licensed to accept waste that is not generated in Maine. Juniper Ridge Landfill in Old Town is currently the single operating state-owned facility. Further, statute requires that any other publicly owned solid waste landfill that proposes to accept waste that is not generated within the state first obtain a determination of public benefit pursuant to the law. Maine law requires that a solid waste processing facility that generates residue requiring disposal, recycle, or process into fuel for combustion all waste accepted at the facility to the maximum extent practicable, but in no case at a rate less than 50%. At the time of statutory enactment, recycle in this context included the use of processing residue as shaping, grading, or alternative daily cover materials at landfills. The intent of the legislation was to maximize recycling and to minimize the volume of processing residues disposed in landfills. This law passed in 2008 at a time when the production of biomass boiler fuel derived from CDD drove the operations of CDD processing facilities. The department promulgated rules to implement the recycling requirement with the expectation that recycling rates at processing facilities would increase over time. Since then, demand for CDD residue as a boiler fuel has declined, while volumes of CDD generated have not. Legislation considered during previous legislative sessions highlighted concerns regarding the volume of post-processing residue that is ultimately shipped from CDD processing facilities to a landfill for disposal or use, as compared to the total volume of waste accepted for processing. In 2020, 259,000 tons of CDD waste was received by CDD processing facilities in Maine, 3,000 tons of which originated out of state. 473 tons of CDD fuel was produced, 8,061 tons of CDD fuel was used in manufacturing, and 5,400 tons of metal was recovered for recycling. The remainder was disposed or placed in the state-owned Juniper Ridge landfill in Old Town. The department does not have quality assured data for all 2020 solid waste volumes at this time, but we are aware that significantly more CDD processing facility residue was used as bulking material to facilitate the landfilling of wastewater treatment plant sludge than in prior years due to new restrictions on land spreading. The department's 2019 update to the solid waste management and recycling plan identified several issues for further evaluation related to the processing, use, and disposal of CDD residues originating from out-of-state generated CDD. Based upon this evaluation, the department developed language for inclusion in LD 112. Ultimately, this topic was carried over to the second regular session of the 129th legislature and was addressed in LD 401. The resulting statute revised the definition of waste that is generated within the state, providing in part that residue generated by an incineration or recycling facility located in Maine, regardless of whether the waste incinerated or processed by that facility was initially generated within or outside the state, continued to be considered waste generated within the state. Further, it narrowed and revised the circumstances under which waste processing residue may be used for various operational purposes at a landfill and still be considered waste generated within the state. The law requires that the use of this waste be consistent with the statutory provisions requiring waste processing facilities to recycle to the maximum extent practicable, but in no case at a rate less than 50%, and further requires that at least 50% of the waste that a solid waste processing facility characterizes as recycled must have been reused or recycled by the facility through methods other than placement in a landfill. That is 50% of the 50% recycled. There is an exception in current law that provides that a processing facility that was in operation during calendar year 2018 that accepts exclusively CDD and that accepted more than 200,000 tons of such waste in calendar 2018 is required to recycle 15% rather than 50% through methods other than placement in a landfill by January 1, 2022, and 20% by January 1, 2023. One CDD processing facility qualifies for this exception, which was made in view of planned facility modifications that are now underway to increase recycling at that facility, and recognizing that the department may recommend further measures in the 2024 five-year update to the state's waste management plan. In January 2020, the department received a petition to require agency rulemaking. The petition requested specific amendments to the Maine solid waste management rules to clarify requirements by ensuring that the definition of waste that is generated within the state accurately describes the sources of waste materials disposed in the state, and by requiring public benefit determinations to include consideration of the impacts on health and welfare environmental justice, and equal protections for communities where waste facilities operate. In January 2021, the Board of Environmental Protection adopted revisions to the solid waste management rules. The board did not adopt the definition of waste that is generated within the state proposed in the petition because it was not consistent with the current statutory definition. The board did, however, adopt language to include environmental justice as a consideration in the public benefit determination process. And I would add also that within that rulemaking, the board also adopted in rule in Chapter 400 a definition of environmental justice. And I'd be happy to provide that for your consideration if you'd like. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment this morning. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions this morning for Paula Clark from the DEP? I would love that definition at some point.
I will send that along.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Tucker. There you go.
I noticed you mentioned that the rules regarding the percentage in the exception, you are now requiring 15% of that particular company, a limit on that amount to go to the landfill, right?
Yeah, that percentage, 15% by January 1 of 2022. So that percentage is not required yet. It will be next January. And that percentage is the percentage of material that is considered to be recycled that must be by the processing facility that is considered to be recycled, that must be managed. The 20% is the limit on the amount that can be managed in a landfill setting. Mm-hmm. So those percentages were included for that one facility, and it is January 1, 2022, 15%, and the following year in 23, 20%. And that is the amount that must be managed through a method other than placement in the landfill by those dates.
Okay, so the current statute is moving in the direction of clamping down on the amount that goes to the landfill year by year.
Yeah, and as I recall the conversation when this statutory language was considered by the committee and was ultimately passed, the conversation was around the fact that these percentages moved in the direction of increasing the amount of recycling outside of the landfill setting that this facility was accomplishing.
And the current bill would go immediately to 50%.
That's correct.
Now, in the way you administer the environmental laws, how much weight does the department give to stability and predictability of rules so that there can be planning when changes involve millions of dollars of investments and energy and long-term planning?
When the department promulgates rules, we're certainly mindful of those considerations. We think about the businesses and industries that might be impacted in particular, and we attempt to consider potential impacts that they they put forward during rulemakings and try to consider how those should be dealt with in an appropriate way.
One of the arguments made by many in the waste community is that the legislature set one set of rules in 2019 that they were adjusting to and investing a lot of money in. And then we're changing the rules immediately the next year. Is there any validity to that argument?
I think that you would need to hear directly from the company on their perspective. I am aware, we've had conversations with them about the modifications that they are making to their facility and the investment that they've made to do that.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else on the committee have a question or a question into a comment for the DEP? All right. Not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us, Paula Clark. And
Thank
next
you.
up is Sarah Nichols. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Okay. All right. So good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Nichols, and I am the Sustainable Maine Director for the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I'm here to testify in strong support of LD 1639. We believe that the time has come for Maine to stand up for its environment and people and stop being the dumping ground for New England's construction and demolition debris waste. The primary reason why the state bought Juniper Ridge landfill was to have the legal authority to prevent it from being filled with waste sent to Maine from other states. But at least 30% of the waste landfill there each year is construction and demolition debris that originally originated out of state. In 2019, that amounted to just over 235,000 tons, or the equivalent of 16 40-ton tractor trailer trucks dumping waste into JRL every single day of the year with out-of-state waste. The total weight of waste going to Juniper Ridge has increased by 32% since 2012. The 2017 disposal amounts were 40% higher than the maximum amounts anticipated in 2004 when we bought the landfill, and they show no sign of slowing down without legislative action. So Maine does not have the legal mechanism to prevent Maine's commercial solid waste processing facilities from accepting out-of-state waste. And we recognize that these facilities need to dispose of bypass and residue in landfills. However, we believe that commercial solid waste facilities should not be permitted to dispose in state-owned landfills like Juniper Ridge more tons of waste than they take in from true Maine-based sources. A requirement like this would close the loophole and make it impossible to disguise out-of-state waste as in-state waste by tons. We also believe that each of Maine's solid waste processing facilities needs to be fairly held to the same environmental standards. NRCM believes that the state has failed to adequately protect JRL, an asset for the people of Maine, from being filled with out-of-state waste. And this failure has opened the door for businesses that now exploit a loophole in Maine's waste management laws and rules to accept out-of-state waste and accelerate the fill rate at Juniper Ridge. This outcome is negatively impacting the health and welfare of the communities adjacent to Juniper Ridge landfill, and it is antithetical to the intent of state landfill ownership. We believe it's the state's responsibility to right that wrong by voting in favor of LD 1639. And in my written testimony, I've attached the names of 1,604 people who have signed a petition in support of this bill as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Sarah Nichols? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And next up is Dawn Neptune Adams.
Woolies Buzzaway, good morning.
Are you able to start your video, or is it better for you to have it off?
Yes, I can. Just give me a moment.
Sure.
thank you for your patience while I rushed to the room with no background.
Welcome.
So good morning. Welcome, all of you familiar faces on the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Good to see you again. I am Dawn Neptune Adams. I'm a member of the Penobscot Nation, an activist and journalist with Sunlight Media Collective. But today I am here representing myself, not so much the groups of which I am part. I am going to read into the public record an outline, whoops, never mind. Can't find it. I read it into the public record last week anyway, on the PFAS bill in regards to leachate. But what I would like the committee to know is that the waste industry is largely self-regulating and self-reporting. There is no accountability. The people of Maine deserve to know what is going into the landfill that is owned by the state and operated by Casella. LD 401 from last year, or was it the year before, which was a grassroots effort over 10 years by waste policy advocates. That was a call for accountability. I would have liked to have seen that passed in the form it was sent to in the legislature. Because it wasn't, we have to do our best to mitigate that and to make sure that communities along the Penobscot River are not affected by the leachate that is produced by this volume of trash that's coming into the state. It is estimated that 30 to 40% of the waste that's going into Juniper Ridge is from out of state. And it is because the other northeastern states have more responsible waste policy than we do. That's why. I am happy to take any questions. That ends my testimony. If anybody would like to ask me for a definition of environmental justice, I'd be happy to give it.
I would like to hear that.
Okay, so if you are the more adversely affected you are by capitalism and by industry, the more likely it is that you are going to be affected by the byproduct. It is not a mistake that Juniper Ridge landfill is located a mile from the Penobscot Nation. It wasn't a mistake that the outflow pipe was a half mile from Standing Rock's water source. Industrial places are often where low-income people are located. And it's because we don't have the money and the resources to fight back. What we do have is grassroots support, and you're going to hear from a lot of those people today. You're going to hear from people who are affected by industry adversely. Our elders, our Penobscot elders, have been calling out and asking for help with this because of the pollution in the Penobscot River. There are 2 elders in the elder building at Penobscot Indian Reservation who are beside the water every day, sometimes many times a day. And they know when the river is sick. And they call me and they tell me and they say, what do we do? So I've asked many questions of people who know a lot more than I do. I've been advised to have them call the DEP and complain. I'm just really grateful that this bill is being introduced and spoken about. And I hope it has an effect and goes through. So again, if you are poor or, a member of a marginalized group, you are more likely to be affected by environmental injustice than somebody from a white upper middle class neighborhood. You don't see these big mega dumps in Portland, do you?
Are there any questions for Dawn Neptune Adams from the committee? Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
All right, and next up is Sarah Woodbury. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, and we are here to testify in support of 1639. Maine is currently managing not only its own waste, but waste from out of state at the Juniper Ridge landfill. This landfill is state-owned and should be receiving only waste from Maine. Unfortunately, a legal loophole in Maine's waste management laws has allowed for significant landfilling from out-of-state waste in Maine's state-owned landfills, which are intended to be reserved for waste generated from Maine. The loophole classifies waste as in-state once it enters a solid waste processing facility, no matter where it's originated. And unsurprisingly, to those of you on the committee, of particular concern to us is the issue of PFAS leachate from the Juniper Ridge landfill into soil and water in the surrounding areas. PFAS has been widely identified in landfill leachate. We talked about this previously on one of our other bills. This PFAS is going to end up in sludge or in water discharged into our waterways. The source of contamination has been of particular concern of Maine's tribal communities, who are more likely to be heavily exposed to PFAS and other bioaccumulative toxins from sustenance fishing. People living near the landfill have been disproportionately impacted by the waste facility. PFAS and other toxins from the landfill can impact the soil and drinking water in the surrounding communities, exposing citizens to toxic chemicals that can lead to significant health issues. Additionally, impacted communities have been systematically excluded from the decision-making process for landfills, which leaves most those impacted without a say in what happens in their communities. Maine needs to strengthen its weak waste policies for state-owned Juniper Ridge landfill to help protect the surrounding communities. Maine should not be a dumping ground for toxic waste that threatens sites of historical, cultural, and spiritual significance for the Penobscot Nation, the Penobscot River and Bay, as well as drinking water for the area. We urge the committee to vote unanimously to pass on LD 1639. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Sarah Woodbury from the committee? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take a phone call next, which is Ed Spencer. Ed Spencer, can you hear me? You'll need to, there you go.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes, welcome.
Welcome, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Ed Spencer, and I live 1.75 miles from the state-owned, Casella-operated Juniper Ridge landfill in Old Town. I'm speaking today as Vice Chair of Don't Waste Maine, which strives to assist in understanding waste issues in Maine and helping those adversely affected by waste disposal activities and facilities. Landmark 1989 legislation mandated that there would be no new commercial landfills in Maine. The rule was to be no out-of-state waste into state landfills. But the Maine Waste Agency was abolished before it could develop rules for state-owned landfills. It was Casella and other waste dealers who seized the opportunity to fill the void in public landfill rules and write some themselves. This is how we got to this point in time, where LD 1639 is long overdue as a corrective measure to prevent Maine from becoming New England's dumping grounds at an accelerating rate. DEP rules now allow out-of-state waste to become Maine waste if it qualifies for any of a multitude of exceptions like grading, shaping, and frost protection. In addition, processing facilities are allowed to meet their mandatory 50% recycled outputs minimum because landfill cover is classified as a recycled material. The state as owner has failed to protect Maine citizens and assisted Casella in setting Maine waste policy. The DEP's 2019 Maine Materials Management Plan identified that, quote, need for revisiting the provisions that allow processed out-of-state waste into the state-owned landfill and greater statutory specificity as to the appropriate use of state landfill capacity. The DEP identified similar problems in its 2018 annual report. At a hearing initiated by citizen petition to change DEP rules on September 17th of last year, the Board of Environmental Protection adapted stronger environmental justice standards that are also contained in LD 1639. At that point, multiple board members expressed a strong desire to accede to the petitioner's request to restrict waste imports into Juniper Ridge landfill, but felt that they lacked the authority to do so. You, members of the Maine legislature, do have the authority to correct the injustice that has filled over 30% of our state landfill capacity with waste from away. We urge you to pass LD 1639 after public discussion and input. Don't Waste Maine acknowledges the need for stronger environmental justice laws in Maine and will fight for a standalone bill to make sure that what has happened to the Native peoples and low-income persons around Juniper Ridge never again occurs. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ed Spencer from the committee? All right. I'm not seeing any at this time. Thank you for joining us. We are grateful for you finding your way here. Okay. Let's see. Next up is Peter Blair. I'm going to move Mr. Blair over. Welcome, Peter Blair.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. So good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee. My name is Peter Blair. I'm a staff attorney with Conservation Law Foundation's Zero Waste Project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1639. Over 3 decades ago, the Maine legislature grew increasingly concerned about the amount of out-of-state waste entering Maine. To protect Maine from becoming New England's dumping ground, the legislature passed a law that prohibited the development of new commercial landfills and restricted the capacity of state-owned landfills for Maine-generated waste. This forward thinking was absolutely necessary because our neighbors are constantly looking outside of their borders for new disposal options. Each year, Massachusetts exports 24.2% of its waste to other states, while Connecticut, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Vermont all export over 25% of the waste they produce to other states. Moreover, this trend of exportation is only increasing. Between 2012 and 2019, the amount of trash Massachusetts exported nearly doubled, rising from just over 1 million tons in 2012 to just under 2 million tons in 2019. Briefly, I would just like to address the Commerce Clause issues because I know it has been brought up. This bill would not violate either the Interstate Commerce Clause or the Dormant Commerce Clause. First, because it does not unduly burden out-of-state interests. It is not overtly discriminatory, and there are significant benefits to the state's interests which outweigh any burden on interstate commerce. The Interstate Commerce Clause does not limit state actions when it comes to protecting itself. It really just requires fairness of treatment. Additionally, we are talking about a state-owned public resource, the Juniper Ridge landfill, and under the Commerce Clause, states have significant control over the management and uses of these facilities. Much of the waste that's coming into the Juniper Ridge landfill, as you've heard, is construction and demolition debris. Massachusetts and Vermont have banned the disposal of this waste in their states, and New Hampshire has banned the incineration of this material. These bans were imposed to both improve recycling and protect public health. This is because construction and demolition debris is very toxic. This waste contains harmful chemicals, toxic solvents, adhesives, pigments, and coatings that are used to treat this material. In fact, many of the chemicals used in this are often considered hazardous waste. However, they are not carefully sorted and generally result in being left into the normal construction and demolition waste stream. So clearly this is a problem, and the main problem is that this material is creating leachate. Landfills never contain leachate permanently. They are going to leak. According to the US EPA, once a landfill begins leaking, leachate generation can continue for thousands of years, perpetually polluting the surrounding environment. In fact, landfills developed by the Roman Empire over 2,000 years ago are still producing leachate and polluting the environment today. In conclusion, despite the intentions of the legislature over 30 years ago, Maine is still under siege from harmful and polluting out-of-state waste. The only difference is now Maine residents are footing the bill for this disposal. What's more, this waste is threatening communities and the environment surrounding Juniper Ridge. LD 1639 will remove the influx of out-of-state waste and preserve capacity for Mainers. CLF strongly supports this bill and urges you to vote ought to pass. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions for Peter Blair? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. Next up is Bill Lippincott. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You're muted. You're still muted.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, distinguished members of the committee. I'm Bill Lippincott. I'm speaking to express my strong support for LD 1639. I'm speaking today as a citizen of Hamden, home of the closed, leaking Pine Tree landfill. I'm also the chair of Don't Waste Maine. Landfills are a precious resource, I was told by Evan Rickert, head of the State Planning Office in a 1999 solid waste task force I was a member of. Extremely difficult to locate because of political and environmental factors, expensive to build with long-term environmental consequences while the landfill is in operation and long after it is closed. The purpose of having a state-owned landfill is the ability to preserve the state's landfill capacity for Maine-generated waste. The state has a legal right to be able to exclude waste, such as out-of-state waste, that does not fit in with state policy. And respond to Representative Hanley, the state does have constitutional right, as Peter Blair explained, to do so. I'm just going to jump off my testimony to respond to a couple other things brought up when Paula Clark was speaking. In the bill that was passed in the last legislature, reentry, a carve out for one company is required to get down to 15% by 2022. We just heard that this current year, that's a year after they're warned they need to start reducing. It doesn't sound like they've had any luck yet. But in that law, there's a phrase something along the lines of, unless there's an unreasonable adverse effect on the company. So that's a very wide escape clause. That law was passed on the last day of the legislature, right before COVID closed the legislature down, with no input from stakeholders such as myself. In fact, we were not included after that bill got out of the ENR committee, even though we came up with the original bill. It got changed dramatically after it appears Reenergy and Casella had some discussions. And I also want to say, in terms of Reenergy's ability to get to this goal, 15%, which is not very demanding, we heard at the BEP hearing from Christy Pecci of the Conservation Law Foundation, what they're taking from Massachusetts is the dregs of demo debris. It's stuff almost impossible to recycle. And that's why they're having a very hard time getting anywhere near to a reasonable recycling rate. I'm probably going to use up the rest of my time or have, my testimony is basically about two things. And if you look at my testimony, the lack of any suitable alternative that the state owns to Juniper Ridge, and current practices and past practices by Casella to game the system and fill their landfills as fast as they can. And I'll send you my shortened version of that testimony. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Are there any questions for Bill Lippincott? Yes, Senator Carney.
So in the Judiciary Committee, bill sponsors are not permitted to ask questions of those who testify. Is it permitted in this committee?
I think we've allowed it in the past. Mike, is that Representative Tucker, your thoughts on that?
It's the discretion of the chair.
It's fine with me, Senator Carney.
Thank you. Mr. Lippincott, thank you for providing testimony today. And I had a question for you about LD 401 in the 129th legislature. Was there ever a public hearing on the language that eventually became statute that was passed on the day the legislature closed down due to the pandemic?
There was a public hearing in the committee, but I don't know that there was ever a public hearing before the whole legislature. I certainly didn't hear about it.
Could I ask a follow-up question, please? I think I misspoke in my earlier question. The legislature as a whole wouldn't do a public hearing, but I'm curious about the hearing before the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Was that
Sure.
on the original language in 401 or in the language that subsequently was enacted, if you know?
So yes, so at that hearing, which I attended, and Hillary Lister and Ed Spencer were there as well, the original bill was ours, and we came up with the language. And then there was another change in language introduced. So both those were discussed, and the committee voted in favor of the altered language. So I guess that was the public hearing. We didn't see that altered language, or certainly I didn't, before the day of the hearing. If we had, we certainly would have responded to it.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions? So, Mr. Lippincott, I don't see a written testimony.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
I do. Actually, I do. I'm sorry. It's down below. There's 2 entries for you, but I do see the written testimony. So Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I just
Thank
want
you.
to make sure I have it to
Oh,
refer
good. Thank
back
you.
to. Any other questions for Mr. Lippincott? Okay, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And next up is Molly Abomswin. Welcome.
Senator Brenner, Rep. Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environmental and Natural Resources. My name is Molly Abomswin, and I'm a member of the Wabanaki community, enrolled in Odanak Abenaki Nation, and I'm from Farmington, Maine. I'm an activist and journalist for Sunlight Media Collective as well, and Racial Equity and Justice. As an Indigenous person, I find all of this bargaining and negotiating away of the health of the waters of my homeland to be reprehensible. The percentages and compromises and talk of investments and commerce that I've heard in this hearing are painful to me and akin to hearing the health of my own mother being bargained away. I understand that this kind of language does not necessarily resonate with this government, but that may be a symptom of not having come from this land indigenously yourselves. And I implore you to imagine that this land is your ancestral homeland for the purposes of this context. Waste mismanagement is a huge problem in Maine, and for decades, state legislators have been accomplices to private interstate waste companies like Casella dumping toxic waste into Maine rivers and landfills. Mainers need the DEP to commit more than lip service toward environmental protection and climate change science and be accountable to the health of Maine and Mainers. We need to protect our waters and soils from hazardous waste, not open the gates for them to enter the state. On Earth Day, we saw hundreds of citizens demonstrating against environmental injustice that is ongoing on the Penobscot River because Juniper Ridge receives over 200,000 tons of out-of-state waste every year. Maine owns this landfill, as we've discussed on this call, but Casella Waste Systems has operated it since 2004. Maine and JRL do this in tandem, and Maine turns a blind eye when JRL trucks 1.3 million gallons of landfill leachate per month from its facility to ND Paper in Old Town, who then dumps it directly into the river after insufficient processing. My dog is currently biting my hand while I'm giving this. I'm very sorry. A large portion of the waste that is dumped into JRL is construction and demolition debris, which requires much more stringent regulation for processing than regular municipal waste due to the toxins and heavy metals it contains. Leachate is a hazardous cocktail of chemicals that is created when rainwater filters down through the layers of waste at landfills. And according to the Penobscot Nation's Natural Resources Department, the mill doesn't have the capacity to adequately process the waste and the complex toxins contained in the leachate coming from JRL. Since ND Paper's processing facility was designed to process mill waste. Many of the activists gathered on Earth Day called for legislators to close the loophole that allows the state-owned landfill to take in out-of-state waste. This loophole lies in the definition of what is deemed out-of-state waste. As we have talked about today, legally, out-of-state waste can be codified as in-state waste through a recycling facility or through incineration, and much of the construction and demo debris coming from out of state to JRL is being quote unquote recycled by Re-Energy based in Lewiston. Their intake is 90% out of state waste, and JRL accommodates about 93% of Re-Energy's output. This is how waste is generated in the state. I also want to speak to another example of out of state waste that hasn't been touched on today that is contaminating Wabanaki homelands, because my nation descends from the Kennebec River, even though my reservation is in Quebec because we were expelled there in the 1700s after massacres. In addition to the Penobscot River, out-of-state waste is being funneled to Norwich Walk's Crossroads landfill, who have applied to expand their facilities by starting a new landfill only 3,000 feet from the Kennebec River. Let me mention that the DEP has drafted an approval with conditions for this application. This demonstrates the DEP's continued complicity and abetting out-of-state waste and pollution in our rivers. Approving Crossroads expansion would create new capacity in Maine for out-of-state waste, which is now, as we know, already far too dangerous and toxic for the other states to accept. Many of the waste materials that would be allowed in the new landfill at Crossroads are currently banned from deposition in other northeastern states and provinces where they originate.
Molly, your 3 minutes are up, so I'm just going to have you find some closure with your testimony.
Certainly. I just want to close by seconding Dawn Neptune Adams, what she said, that we are facing an issue of social and environmental injustice, and second her definition of it. And I just wanted to briefly address Representative Hanley's concerned about the definition of social justice, because it appears that even when things are defined, the state is not very concerned with the intention behind the legislations in which they are mentioned. Definitions can be easily bent and worked around by the state depending on profitable opportunity du jour, regardless of intention. And as an Indigenous person, once again, I am forced to be distinctly aware of how words and definitions are manipulated to benefit industry and profit at the expense of environment and Black, Brown, and Indigenous and poor communities. Thank you for your time. I support 1639.
Thank you, Molly Bomswin. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this morning. Right. Next up is Hillary Lister. Welcome, Hillary Lister.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Hillary Lister, and I live in Athens near the site of the former Boralex biomass power plant. That biomass burner was shut down in 2002 following fires and equipment malfunctions that resulted from stockpiling and burning large volumes of construction and demolition debris that was imported to Maine from surrounding states. In 2004, the state arranged a deal for Boralex to send the biomass burner from Athens to Old Town. The equipment was to be used by the GP mill to burn CDD from Casella's KTI biofuels facility in Lewiston, with the resulting ash going to the newly licensed state-owned Casella-operated landfill. The Athens burner continued to have the same problems in Old Town when it burned CDD as it did in Athens, spewing clouds of lead-contaminated soot on Penobscot River communities in 2007. By 2013, the biomass burner in Old Town ceased operating. The Athens burner was one of 5 main biomass facilities owned by Boralex. In 2011, the remaining Boralex plants were sold to Reenergy, a New York holding company owned by Riverstone LLC. All of the Boralex plants in Maine were licensed to burn CDD in addition to clean wood from logging operations. In 2013, Reenergy bought KTI biofuels from Casella, and that's how it acquired the CDD processing facility in Lewiston. That operation came with a license to process up to 400,000 tons per year of CDD, more than doubling Reenergy's capacity to process the material. In the past 15 years, neighboring states have taken action to control CDD disposal, either banning it or restricting how it can be disposed in their landfills. Meanwhile, Maine's policies have created incentives to import this unwanted waste from other states for dumping in Maine. In 2016, Maine lawmakers passed legislation to give a multi-million-dollar bailout to the biomass industry. Lawmakers supported this bill following testimony by Reenergy that financial help was needed to save jobs in northern Maine and ensure that loggers had a market for biomass from forestry operations. As a result, in 2017, Reenergy received over $7 million from this subsidy for the purpose of ensuring the viability of the company's Fort Fairfield and Ashland biomass plants. The following year, Reenergy announced that it was shutting down the Fort Fairfield plant, and in 2019, it shut down the Ashland biomass plant. While the closure of Reenergy's biomass facilities resulted in a loss of demand for CDD as fuel, it hasn't stopped the flood of this waste coming into Maine through the Lewiston processing facility. Reenergy's Waste Services Division is now the largest processor of CDD in the Northeast. As of 2017, over 90% of the material being processed by Reenergy's Lewiston facility was coming from out of state, with the majority ending up in the state landfill. That year, Reenergy processed over 10 times as much CDD from out of state as it took in from Maine sources. According to testimony by Reenergy on LD 401, last session's bill to address this issue, the ability to send waste generated from processing out of state CDD to JRL and the ability to count that as recycling toward the state recycling goals were key elements of Reenergy's decision to buy the Lewiston processing facility from Casella. This bill is necessary because if lawmakers don't act to fix our state's waste policies, Maine will be the top destination in the Northeast for dumping these unwanted wastes that other states are trying to get rid of for cheap. And I see my time is up. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you for working on this very important issue.
Thank you, Hillary Lister. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Abigail Bradford is next. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, thank you. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Abigail Bradford. I'm a resident of Stillwater and live about 8 miles from the Juniper Ridge landfill. I'm also Maine Conservation Alliance's Outreach Manager. MCA is a statewide organization representing more than 8,500 members and supporters dedicated to protecting Maine's environment and our democracy. I'm here today testifying on behalf of the Environmental Priorities Coalition in support of LD 1639, an act to protect the health and welfare of Maine communities and reduce harmful solid waste. The EPC is a partnership of 32 conservation, environmental, and public health organizations. We represent over 120,000 members in Maine and work together to protect the good health, good jobs, and way of life that our environment provides. LD 1639 is priority legislation for our coalition in 2021. Others testifying today have and will tell you about why Maine has become a dumping ground for other states' banned hazardous waste and how this bill will fix that. There's also more information in my written testimony. Today, I want to touch on one particularly troubling aspect of this issue. In my previous job, I studied our solid waste system and learned about the highly toxic makeup of the liquid leachate that landfills produce, which contains arsenic, lead, dioxins, PFAS compounds, and much more. I read case study after case study of communities who suffered public health disasters as this leachate made its way into their drinking water supplies. The leachate from GRL is being discharged into the Penobscot River after being insufficiently treated at the 9 Dragons paper mill in Old Town. This water treatment facility is designed to treat mill waste, not landfill leachate, which contains an immense suite of hazardous chemicals in high concentrations. This is one of the most horrifying examples of leachate treatment I came across in 3 years of research. This is a threat to my community's drinking water. This is a threat to those of us who have swum in the Penobscot River for years, unaware of what's being pumped into it. This is a threat to the Penobscot River that is one with the Penobscot people. This contributes to pollution that makes it sometimes unsafe to eat foods from the shore, such as fiddleheads, to eat fish often from its waters, and to drink the water ever. All practices that have sustained the Penobscot people for millennia. This is an issue of environmental injustice. On behalf of all 32 EPC partner organizations and our many thousands of members and supporters, I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1639. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Abigail Bradford from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you. We are going to take another phone call now from Ed Feria. Welcome. You will want to unmute yourself. Ed Feria. There you go.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. Glad you could join us.
Okay. Well, thank you. Senator Brennan, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environmental and Natural Resource Committee, thank you very much for conducting this hearing and for allowing me to make a statement about my support for this bill, 1639. I've only recently become interested in this issue. I have tried my best to learn about the implications of waste and its ramifications on our environment. I'm a lover of the natural environment of Maine, an outdoors person, a hiker, a kayaker, that type of stuff. When I realized what landfills can do in terms of their ramifications to the natural resources and to the safety and the health of our environment, I wanted to learn more. And I've had support from various people, Don't Waste Maine folks, the Department of Environmental Protection themselves, have provided me with a lot of information, but the more I have learned, the more concerned I am. And when I realized of the challenges being faced by the folks in the Old Town area with Juniper Ridge, I wanted to lend my support. I do agree that landfills create leachate. Leachate that is both difficult to contain at the site itself, and leachate that has to be disposed of elsewhere. And as you folks are all aware, the leachate from Juniper Ridge and the leachate from other landfills such as Crossroad end up in waste treatment facilities, as you've heard from other speakers. And those facilities aren't designed to filter out the kind of toxins that are in that leachate. And thus, that leachate works its way into our rivers, our iconic main rivers, the Penobscot River, the Kennebec River. And as we try to improve the quality of the water in those rivers for the people on its banks and for the fish and the wildlife that inhabit it, we make progress, but we also can backslide. And PFAS that's coming in from out-of-state waste, those other heavy chemicals, arsenic, lead, that work its way into construction debris and then end up in the leachate and then end up being discharged into our rivers, which is what the brand of Maine, what makes Maine the place where people want to go is that. And so by not sufficiently regulating that and treating that, we aren't moving ahead. We're backsliding. And so I stand in strong support for 1639 because I think it's an effort to move us ahead and to ameliorate these issues. So thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much for joining us by phone. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, there are no questions at this time. We appreciate your willingness to join us. And next up is Sonia Berthasell, also here by phone. Sonia Berthasell, if you can unmute yourself, it's, I believe, *6.
Hello. Hello,
Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. My name is Dr. Sonia Berthasell. Thank you so much, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and honorable members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee for taking my testimony this morning. I am an environmental scientist and a faith leader living in Orono, Maine. And I'm here to submit testimony in support of LD 1639. I run the youth group at the Church of Universal Fellowship in Orono, which is called the Young Adults with Pizzazz, or YOP. YOP is an amazing and passionate group of middle and high school aged youth. This spring, we spent several classes learning about the Juniper Ridge landfill and this issue of leachate runoff into the Penobscot River as part of some broader conversations we were having around environmental justice and allyship. And again, for a definition of environmental justice, I would refer you to Don Neptune Adams' really heartfelt and beautiful definition presented earlier, which as a scientist, I'm all for technical definitions. And as a person of faith and a person of conscience, I believe that there are things that can transcend our technical definitions. Anyway, I'm here on behalf of my YOP group in support of closing the loophole that allows for out-of-state waste to be dumped in Maine landfills. I also support adding environmental justice to the Public 9 benefit determination standards for solid waste disposal facilities. LD 1639 represents a step forward for our ecosystems and our communities, and I urge you all to vote ought to pass. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sonia Berthasell, for joining us by phone. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any questions. Thanks for your testimony. Next up is Dana Colohan. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Dana Colohan, and I'm the Maine State Director at Community Action Works Campaigns, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1693. As you've heard today, we have a loophole on our hands that has allowed for Maine to become a toxic dumping ground for the Northeast. It's time for us to put our communities first and close this egregious loophole. At Community Action Works Campaigns, we believe that environmental threats are big, but the power of well-organized community groups is bigger, which is why we work side by side with everyday people to confront those who are polluting and harming the health of our communities. Today, I'm honored to stand side by side with Don't Waste Maine and Sunlight Media Collective, a coalition of impacted Mainers fighting for policies that actually protect the health of communities most at risk from the impacts of waste facilities. Juniper Ridge landfill is rapidly getting filled up with toxic out-of-state waste. We've seen repeated expansions required and authorized by the state, bringing the landfill's total capacity to over 20 million cubic yards. That's equivalent to 322 Empire State Buildings. And it's, a massive landfill. And if you've ever seen it in person, you'd feel justified calling it a mountain. And it's rapidly growing and it's rapidly getting filled with hundreds of thousands of tons of out-of-state waste. And as you've heard, we're feeling the impact of this because Massachusetts has done a better job of strengthening their waste regulations than we have. In Massachusetts, you can't dispose of construction and demolition debris at solid waste facilities within the state. This was intended to both work towards increasing their recycling, but also in hopes of diverting the toxic material CDD can contain, like mercury, lead, and arsenic, and reducing the health threats these toxins pose. Unfortunately, as a state, we haven't yet followed suit. Instead, we've allowed for a loophole to exist that have brought these threats to our door. Furthermore, Juniper Ridge landfill borders the Penobscot River and sits above the Penobscot Aquifer. Landfill leachate likely containing PFAS is being sent to local sewer systems, discharged after minimal treatment into the Penobscot River. As we've heard from Dawn and from Molly, this is environmental injustice. A polluting company is profiting from the destruction of the natural environment at the expense of the Penobscot Nation and the surrounding working class residents living close to Juniper Ridge. These communities bear the biggest burden of the landfill, yet have systematically been excluded from the decision-making process. Old Town residents were denied requests for hearings when Juniper Ridge landfill was being licensed back in the early 2000s. The municipality has been stripped of any right to regulate the landfill, and the Citizen Advisory Committee has been excluded from meaningful decisions. This speaks volume to the power and significance of a community-driven initiative to close the loophole. This bill significantly reduces out-of-state waste going to Juniper Ridge and codifies that environmental justice is taken into consideration for new or expanding solid waste facilities. There is more that we need to do to ensure that communities that have been the most impacted and targeted for polluting industries are protected. And there's more we need to do to develop robust in-state recycling systems for Maine waste. But this bill is a critical step for us to get there. We hope you take action to manage our waste better, but more importantly, to protect our communities better by supporting LD 1693. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up is Cheryl Robertson.
Morning.
Good morning, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Chairs Brenner and Tucker and distinguished members of the ENR committee. And thank you, Senator Carney, for your sponsorship. I'm Cheryl Robertson. I am an Orono Town Councilor and Chair of our Environment Committee, and I support LD 1639. I am not today testifying on the behalf of the council, but rather on behalf of myself and several residents of Orono who you have heard from, one of them, who also support LD 1639. As I began to write this testimony, it occurred to me that the time and energy everyone has taken for years now to get our state to act on this loophole in the rules that allows literally tons of CDD from out of state to be processed in Maine and then reclassified as in-state by the mere fact that it has already crossed state borders is inexcusable. It seems to me that this is an issue that should also concern the ENR and the Maine DEP, as well as Maine people, as grassroots groups and NGOs rally for clean, healthy land and water. Juniper Ridge landfill is 9 miles from Orono. It is a blight on this area. It is a toxic mess, not the environmental best practice that is touted by Casella. I live in a municipality that is served by the MRC. Its practice is to bypass to JRL when its waste processing facilities are down. Bad enough, but this is Maine waste. This is generated in Maine and paid for by Maine taxpayers. When 30% of a state-owned, not a New England-owned, landfill is composed of waste from construction debris from out of state, people in this area are then subjected to expansion requests and subsequently more acres granted, becomes a heavier and more toxic mess, with JRL leachate ending up in our streams and rivers. As Peter Blair stated, this is an inescapable consequence, and waste management people know that. I support LD 1639 for the following reasons. It would limit the tonnage that Maine Waste Processing Facility can send to JRL to be no more than what they take from original Maine sources. Out-of-state waste would no longer be able to be camouflaged as Maine generated, and it would clarify that no placement of waste in a landfill counts towards the 50% recycling standard that a solid waste processing facility must meet. This dangerous loophole is filling up JRL, and it's not about being environmentally friendly, nor are we lucky to have this in our backyard. It's a travesty. It's devastating our environment, and it's a shared responsibility. As a people, Maine leads the nation in many ways. Let's take a stand and save our state and not let it become the dumping ground for New England. And while we're at it, let's also find a way to not generate so much waste, period. It would be worth our time and effort to work together, not to continue to struggle against policy that makes no sense. Thank you again, and I look forward to seeing an ought to pass in your review and analysis of LD 1639.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Cheryl Robertson? All right, thank you for joining us. Teddy Simpson is next. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is Teddy Simpson. I'm a resident of Portland and a law student at the University of Maine, and I'll try to be brief. I am speaking in strong support of LD 1639 because the bill provides a critical alleviation of harm to Maine's public health and environment, and because it serves as a model for lawmaking led by those most impacted. I'm lucky to have spent much of my young adulthood in Maine's woods and on Maine's waters, and I believe everyone has a right to a safe and clean environment. The benefits of 1639 bear repeating. The state-owned Juniper Ridge landfill cannot continue to be a dumping ground for other state solid waste, waste that threatens to harm the health of adjacent towns, Indigenous people, and our environment. The landfill's impact on the Penobscot River and Bay, as well as the local drinking water, is too great to ignore. This bill closes the loophole that allows such excessive and harmful waste disposal to continue. Waste that originates in Massachusetts and then happens to get processed in Maine should not be classified as in-state generated waste. By ensuring that private companies cannot fill Maine landfills with any more waste than they are taking in at their own facilities, this bill reprioritizes Maine's public health and Maine's environment. Further, this bill represents a model process of lawmaking. As Senator Carney mentioned at the start and has been highlighted throughout, this is the result of community groups identifying particular harms they face and organizing for a change in the law. And by including environmental justice in the public benefit determination standards for solid waste disposal facilities, LD 1639 ensures that the state continues to consider the voices of those harmed most. It is imperative that the state find ways to remediate our solid waste crisis, and this bill is an important step in doing so. I believe it's the duty of this body to listen to these harmed communities and to make changes that address these harms. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1639. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your time. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you for joining us. Next up is Lakota Sanborn. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environmental Resource Committee. My name is Lakota Sanborn. I am from Indian Island, and I'm here today to testify in favor of LD 1639. Juniper Ridge landfill sits just upriver from Penobscot Nation. We are riverine people who have relied upon the river for sustenance and sustainability for well over 10,000 years. The river is our relative. It's a family member who is inalienable from ourselves. She's just as much a part of us as we are a part of her. The river is where we derive our namesake from as a people. Too often, decisions are made by people with no intimate connection to the river. They're making decisions behind closed doors that will go on to harm her, the animals, the plants, and the people along her waters. I'm here testifying on behalf of the river because people making these decisions do not listen to the voice of the river. They do not paddle the river. They do not sit beside her every day and understand when the river is speaking plain and clearly about the harm that is actively being done to her. So I'm here to give the river's voice emphasis in a way that hopefully you will all understand as dire. Over 200,000 tons of out-of-state waste is brought to JRL. As many testimonies before me have stated, this leachate that is at the site is then brought to Nine Dragons Pulp Mill, which is just downriver from us, or just upriver from us. Over 1.3 million gallons of leachate from JRL is pumped directly into the Penobscot River through piping systems at Nine Dragons Paper Mill every month. The Penobscot Nation is sandwiched between these two environmental hazards, and this is not by mistake. More often than not, the dumping grounds for toxins and pollutants generated by industries are placed by communities of the poorest and most marginalized peoples in our society. Not only is this treated leachate pumped into the river, but there is also the ticking time bomb of leachate leaking into the river directly at the site itself upriver from us, which will have lasting impacts for generations and generations. As such, out-of-state waste in Maine is an environmental justice issue. It is a public health justice issue, and it is a racial justice issue. If you need a definition of what environmental justice is, then you should take it from people who have lived in relation with the land for thousands of years without actively poisoning her, who time and time again face the brunt of the impacts of environmental destruction at the hands of industry. The Penobscot people are the original people of these lands and waterways. We are the protectors of these lands and waterways and the spokespeople for these lands and waterways. We as a people have treaty rights which state our right to fish sustainably within the river, yet we cannot sustainably eat the fish out of the river due to poisons and toxins dumped, which has been perpetuated by many forms of Maine industries, from the dioxin from the paper mills, mercury dumped by companies like Holtrachem, and in this case, the state leachate from JRL being pumped directly into the river at Nine Dragons. We are fighting constantly to end the ongoing abuse against our relative, the Penobscot River, which has been ongoing for hundreds of years. I urge you to vote ought to pass for LD 1639, and thank you for your time.
Lakota Sanborn, thank you for your time. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this morning. All right, and so I believe that is everyone that I have on my list that's signed up to testify in favor of the legislation. If you happen to find yourself in the attendee space and I haven't brought you over yet, if you could raise your hand, let me know that you're here to speak in favor of LD 1639. All right, not seeing anyone, we will go on to those that are here to speak in opposition. And I'm going to bring Ed Barrett over to get the conversation started. Whoops. Oh, goodness. Hold on. Okay. Welcome, Ed Barrett.
And in half a second, I'll be right with you. Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. My name is Ed Barrett. I'm a resident of Lewiston.
We can't see your video, which is fine, but if you'd like to join us with video too, we always love to put a name with a face.
There we go.
Thank you.
As I said, my name is Ed Barrett. I'm a resident of Lewiston, and I'm a recently retired city administrator here in Lewiston. I'm speaking in opposition of 1639 because it would negatively impact the ability of resource waste services to continue to operate for the disposal of construction debris and oversized bulky waste. This would have a significant financial effect on Lewiston and its residents, as well as a number of other area communities, all of which would see significantly higher costs to transport these wastes to landfills. Resource waste has up to 40 full-time employees and contributes about $14 million to our regional economy. Lewiston benefits from the operation through lease and tax payments and an allocation of free disposal of C&D and OVW waste, with a total direct benefit of about $275,000 annually to the city. As one example, since 2010, the city has demolished over 70 dangerous structures at a cost of over $2 million. Without resource waste accepting this debris at no cost, we may either have been unable to have removed these items, these buildings, or would have had to pay a lot more at the expense of our taxpayers. Since the Lewiston facility came under the current ownership, the city has had a close working relationship with the facility and has seen continued improvements to its operations, including increased recycling and beneficial reuse rates. Just last year, the legislature adopted LD 401. That legislation redefined waste generated within the state and requires processing facilities to meet specific recovery goals. That legislation provided the necessary stable regulatory environment to allow resource waste to continue to operate and make planned improvements. LD 1639 would overturn that effort. I urge your opposition because of the negative effects this bill would have on, first, the direct taxes and lease payments to the city of Lewiston. Second, the employment at the facility and its economic spillover effects throughout the community. And finally, the increased cost to area municipalities, businesses, and individuals for disposal of C&D and OVW. I'd also urge your consideration of the long-term negative effects of reversing the agreement reached last year in LD 401. Maine struggles under the perception that it's not a business-friendly state. A rapid reversal of last year's agreements, based on which resource waste has made financial commitments, will only add further to this perception. Therefore, I urge you to vote not to pass on LD 1639. Thank you for consideration. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ed Barrett from the committee? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. Next up is Leonard Blanchette. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Senate Chair Brenner and Representative Chair Tucker and members of the Joint Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Leonard Blanchette, General Manager for the Brunswick Sewer District. I offer this testimony in respectful opposition to LD 1639, an act to protect the health and welfare of Maine communities and reduce harmful solid waste. As a publicly owned treatment works, our mission is to remove the solids from our community's wastewater. And in our humble opinion, we do that quite well, removing up to 95% of the solids. On average, over 2,500 tons annually. In 2020, impacted by COVID-19, our biosolids removal was down to 2,200 tons. We fully expect that to increase as the economies and schools and colleges open back up to full-time attendance. Our understanding of LD 1639 is that it will limit the amount of our biosolids we take to a compost facility for recycling. That the facility cannot accept more than it did the previous year, and the restrictions in LD 1639 also applies to landfills, which is the only other option available to us. Our only other option will be to truck our excess biosolids out of state. As we cannot land apply, our ratepayers have already been severely impacted by the PFAS situation by absorbing the higher cost to take to a compost facility. With LD 1639, they will now be paying an excessive cost for us to truck out of state. The new public law, Chapter 619, was enacted to help preserve landfill space by encouraging increased recycling. This bill appears to be in direct contrast to that legislation. Give Public Law 619 time to be implemented. In 2024, MDEP must report back to the legislature concerning the outcome of Public Law 619. We urge the committee to vote and not to pass for LD 1639. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leonard Blanchette. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Next up is James Cody.
Thank you, Senator. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
We sure can.
All right. Well, good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee. My name is James Cody, and I'm here today on behalf of Resource Lewiston, which has been subject to a lot of this morning's discussion. I'll be brief in my remarks. You're going to hear from Greg Leahy of Resource Lewiston directly in a little bit. But I just thought it might be helpful to weigh in. I was one of the stakeholders involved in coordinating the discussions between the Department of Environmental Protection, other solid waste interests, Resource, Casella, and many others over the course of the 129th legislature. That dialogue, that discussion with the department in trying to get to a solution, which became Public Law 619, took about 18 months. And I won't convey to you that it was perfect for any one side. I think everybody walked away with benefits, and I think everybody probably walked away with some concerns as well. But the byproduct of those discussions was a unanimous report out of this committee last year and a law that helps increase the recycling thresholds that we're seeing at Lewiston to the benefit of our solid waste goals generally here in Maine. That dialogue respected the state's solid waste hierarchy. It sought to help alleviate and achieve some resolution to some issues that the DEP has, specifically an example being the recycling of glass. Right now, we know that there are not markets for glass, and so the state has struggled to find a way to dispose of glass in a productive manner. Resource sat at the table for the better part of 18 months, productively, collaboratively, trying to get to a solution that made them step up. They understood that they had to do that, but it also protected the interests of the municipalities like the city of Lewiston and many others who have a role in this dialogue and in this policy. Respectfully, I don't think it comes as any surprise that we're here in opposition today. And I do just want to say I recognize that Senator Carney and other co-sponsors are very thoughtful policymakers, and but we would encourage at the end of the day to let chapters or Public Law 619 do its work. Let's measure its progress, see where it goes. Re-Energy Resource Lewiston has already made commitments and gotten approvals to make those improvements at the facility, and we have time. There's a 2024 date in statute now that will force the review of these changes and allow us to measure progress and, if needed, to make changes in the near future. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. The last thing that I would say is as somebody pointed out just previously, it is so imperative that solid waste policy be durable so that companies can achieve what the state wants them to achieve in a way that's economical and of most benefit to the people of Maine and our environment. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions from the committee? Just right on time. Well done. Any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up is Chuck Eaton. Chuck Eaton, you are in the room. If you can turn on your video and unmute yourself, we're ready for your testimony.
How's that?
Perfect. Welcome.
Good morning, members of Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Chuck Eaton, and I own a transportation company, Maine Logistics Solutions. We employ 26 people, and we've been servicing the waste industry in New England for almost 30 years. I am here today in opposition of LD 1639. If LD 1639 were to pass and Resource Lewiston were to cease operations, it would affect my business. We haul recyclables to Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Maine for Resource Lewiston, as well as pick up material in the same areas for Resource Lewiston to recycle. I was involved in the LD 401 hearings, and I thought everyone was in agreement with an increased recycling rates to continue progress towards Maine solid waste goals. There is a failed recycling business already in Maine, and material that is supposed to be recycled is being diverted into landfills. As I said in the last hearing, by supporting Resource Lewiston, you are supporting recycling. Please let the previous agreement and plan do what was intended to do, and I ask you to oppose LD 1639. Thank you for your consideration.
Any questions for Chuck Eaton from the committee? Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
Next up is Mitchell Exchange.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and the members of the committee. My name is Mitchell Exchange. I own Exchange Trucking LLC out of Gorham, Maine. I've been working with Resource Lewiston for many years. As my business grew and I bought more trucks and hired more employees, Resource has been there to accept and process everything from asphalt to insulation and carpet. They also have the tools necessary to recycle what we bring them and make sure they reuse as much as possible. I submit this testimony in opposition to LD 1639, an act to protect the health and welfare of Maine communities and reduce harmful solid waste. If this legislation were to pass and Resource Lewiston were to cease operations, no longer would my business be viable, and this would effectively force us to close our doors and put 7 full-time employees out of a job. My company and my trucks bring high-quality Maine wood products from all over the state of Maine to New England. Once these products have been delivered on the return trips, our truck moved construction and demolition debris to Resource Lewiston for processing. Without a profitable return trip, it is an empty truck on the road. It is both bad for business and the environment. In 2020, Resource worked with the Department of Environmental Protection and the legislator on an agreement to update and modernize their facility and meet their goals. In fact, Resource just made more than $1.5 million in investments to technology. But this legislation now proposes to walk back the agreement and potentially put Resource out of business, impacting not only me, but countless other contractors. Now is certainly not the time to drive out a critical part of the state's waste management system. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Are there questions for Mitchell Exchange from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. And next up is Lincoln Jeffers. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good morning. I had to double check and make sure it was still morning. This has been going on for a little while. Appreciate the opportunity. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Lincoln Jeffers, and I'm the Director of Economic and Community Development for the City of Lewiston. And I submit this testimony urging you to vote ought not to pass on LD 1639. There's been quite a bit of discussion, both for and against. Glad to hear some of the businesses that are working with this company have had a chance to weigh in here. Ed Barrett previously provided an accounting of the number of employees and investment that Resource Waste Services make, so I won't repeat them. However, I do want to point out we've only heard from a few, but there were 50 customers and more than 100 vendors that this company works with. They are both a significant regional employer, and they provide, importantly, a needed service. Like in our knock, derelict buildings need to be removed in order to repurpose land. Nobody likes to deal with waste. This company spends more than $400,000 annually in disposal fees at Juniper Ridge. Beginning back in 2019, as Mr. Cody had pointed out, there's been quite a bit of conversation, a lot of stakeholders involved with how do we improve upon this situation. And I do encourage that we give time to pass legislation. They're sort of really changing the rules of the game here midstream. Resource is ready to spend $1.5 million. They've already been through the permitting process. They are poised to do it. And all of a sudden this legislation comes up. As proposed, LD 1639 puts that investment in jeopardy. The proposed recycling standards are uneconomical, unsustainable, and will likely result in Resource going out of business. After several years of working in good faith with the state of Maine, they are ready to take action to implement improvements recommended by the past legislation. And it was really Representative Tucker who noted at the beginning of this public hearing that rules should really be to attract investment, tax base, and jobs. It's important to have clear standards and be predictable and consistent in their application. LD 1639 really runs counter to those goals. And for these reasons, I encourage the committee to vote ought not to pass on this legislation. Thank you for this opportunity and welcome any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee for Lincoln Jeffers? All right, not seeing any. Next up is Greg Leahy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Am I connected?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
There you go. Sorry about that. Good morning, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and the members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Greg Leahy. I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer of Resource Waste Services, which operates the facility in Lewiston that processes the construction and demolition waste that we've been talking about today. We accept a variety of typical non-hazardous C&D material, and we are clearly incented to optimize and recover all usable materials. In some cases, we produce, the end markets produce valuable products, as well as part of what happens is that material gets diverted from local facilities. Resource Waste Services supports approximately 40 direct jobs with dozens more of indirect jobs as well. We spend about $14 million a year in the state of Maine with more than 50 customers and more than 100 vendors in the state as well. The materials that we deliver to the Juniper Ridge landfill end up being direct payments of more than $400,000 a year to the Maine Department of Environmental Protection Solid Waste Fund for the disposal of waste at Juniper Ridge. And as was spoken earlier about Ed Barrett, it's an important source of revenue of approximately $275,000 a year to the city of Lewiston. The recovered materials are used in a wide variety of applications. We produce fuel for electricity generation, and the majority of the wood recovered for us goes into MDF, which medium density fiberboard, for making other products that you'll probably end up using in your timeframes here. We also handle and manage asphalt paving. We recover drywall, cardboard, plastics, metals, and other materials as well. We expect our business to play a critical role as Mass DEP to oversee the remediation of the sites at Maine that have been contaminated with PFAS. Some of the end products that we produce in Lewiston, including the oversized bulky waste and C&D fines, will be great bulking or continue to be great bulking agents for the sludge and allow for its safe disposal. In addition, we see playing a role in assisting the state with the reuse of glass, which is currently being landfilled due to the lack of an end market for recycled glass. We intend to process glass with recovered asphalt, brick, and concrete to be used as pipe bedding for replacing virgin products at the landfills, as well as creating a new market for recycled glass. Our services are part of Waste Services was part of a broad-based stakeholders group, as James spoke of, that worked with the ENR committee as well as the state legislature for approximately 18 months. And we worked very hard to refine and get unanimous support for LD 401. As a result of the enactment of the law, Resource committed to make an investment in new equipment and technology to increase the facility's recovery rate. We continue along with making that investment of more than $1.5 million to install new equipment and processing line at Lewiston facility. We've received Mass DEP approval to make those improvements. The large equipment items have been all placed on order and delivery dates have happened. And it's going to give us the opportunity to increase and recycle more materials in a meaningful way. And also recover more asphalt, brick, and concrete, as well as be able to take, recycled glass and provide a new home for those. As we continue with the capital investment, it's significant for our business. It's critical for us to have a stable regulatory environment and be able to rely on the policy that's been shaped by 18 months of civic engagement by many of the parties that we've heard from today. We believe that the law enacted last year will help the state continue to meet its solid waste goals and increase recycling, and ask the committee to provide a full opportunity for us and others to abide by the new provision in that law and provide the necessary time for those provisions to be followed, for the outcome to be analyzed as part of the Mass DEP 2024 update to the State Waste Management Recycling Plan. If LD 401 were to be enacted, our facility in Lewiston would cease operations. For the above reasons, I urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 1639.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tucker. Representative, you're muted.
Good morning, Mr. Leahy.
Good morning.
Obviously, you need a sufficient quantity of product in order to operate. There's an economy of scale, I imagine, that applies. Do you think that if the out-of-state construction and demolition debris were reduced, you would be able to make up for that with CDD that's generated in Maine, in other parts of the state?
Representative Tucker, I would, that conversation we had at length during that 18-month process, and due to the remote locations of a lot of the material coming to how far it would have to travel, it made it economically not feasible for those to do that. So we do need an amount of material that makes this economical. So it's critical to be able to continue to accept material from out of state.
Thank you.
Representative Tucker, did you have a follow-up? Okay. Any other questions from the committee? All right, thank you for joining us. Next up is TJ Troiano.
Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environmental Natural Resources. Thank you for allowing me to present today. My name is TJ Triano. I represent Triano Waste Services. We are a family-owned and operated collection and transfer company for solid waste here in the state of Maine. I'll be short and pretty concise, as there's a lot of people testifying today, and I'm sure we're going to repeat each other quite a bit through it. But I'm speaking in opposition to LD 1639. Just wanted to kind of throw out a few examples of why. First, I was kind of shocked to see it on the agenda this year after the 18 months that Reenergy worked with the state on LD 401, and thought maybe we'd let them go for a year and see what their investments did and see how that could improve the whole system. I can't imagine what it is to operate a business in the state and not know what direction you should be putting your money into and invest in capital while rules are changing behind the scenes. I don't believe in landfilling all our material. It's never been anything our companies strive for, but unfortunately that's where some of the material must go. We believe in the future, like the investments Reenergy Resource is making, there will be better solutions for recyclables as well as our waste. We're picking away at it little by little in the industry and trying to invent those processes. Some of the unintended and intended outcomes that I see if this bill was to pass as is written, that Reenergy would not be able to get enough volume to operate at scales of economy and would be forced to shut down. I know there's always talk about, is there enough material in the state of Maine to make Reenergy profitable, but I want to kind of throw out why some of that material doesn't work for the Reenergy system. We own a transfer facility down here in South Portland, and by the time our materials headed towards Reenergy, it's material they're not going to want because we've already pulled all the recyclables out, so it's going to head straight for Juniper Ridge. You've also got the northern part of Maine where the transfer stations are going to send the stuff down to Juniper Ridge, but they're not going to drive past Juniper Ridge, increasing the carbon footprint to go to Lewiston to turn around and go back up to Juniper Ridge. So you've got to get trucks in the right direction, as well as the product has to be product that hasn't been processed prior to getting to Reenergy. They also employ quite a few people directly and indirectly. I would say upwards of 75 people, which would be, as we know in the state right now, that dramatic to see 75 more people out of work. We also have the bark mulch that leaves our state, and as we've heard earlier, the trucks go both ways loaded right now. If it's to be unloaded one way, we're inherently hurting the environment more than helping, as well as driving costs up. Again, I urge us not to pass this bill in the form it's in right now. I think a greater idea would be, let's get all the stakeholders in a room, even bring in, if we had to, some out-of-staters. I think this is a regional problem, what we do with our waste, how we recycle it. And there's a lot of industrial experts that can help cultivate some solutions here rather than just always attacking the out-of-state demo that comes into our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Tucker has a question. There you go.
Mr. Troiano, does Maine, to your understanding, truck any of our waste out of state?
To my understanding, yes, we actually truck waste out of state. We haul into the Wheelabrator and Covanta facilities in Massachusetts with municipal solid waste from time to time. As well, I know a lot of our e-waste leaves the state, a lot of hazardous waste, and a lot of medical waste, which if I had to choose which one stayed here, it'd be demo over medical waste.
Thank you.
Representative Johansson has a question.
Thank you, Senator. And this may not be a fair question for you, sir, but in Aroostook County, do you know of any of our waste that's trucked into New Brunswick going out of the country?
I do not know the answer to that. I know that waste does leave the country. We used to ship some out of our facility in previous years. I would urge somebody in that part of the state could probably answer that better.
I don't have, I can't right now. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Troiano? Senator Carney, I think we will probably hold off on additional questions from the sponsor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Troiano, for coming and for your testimony. And this may not be 100% fair for you specifically, but as we've been hearing folks come forward, there's been quite a bit of reference to LD 401 from the last session. So I'm just wondering if you know the original intent of LD 401 and who had submitted it and why.
It's a hard one for me to answer completely. I don't want to speak out of terms, but I can tell you what I believe I understand. I believe the LD 401's idea was to improve the recycling in the state of Maine, reword some of the language, count some different things in recycling. I don't know who the original sponsors were. Again, don't want to talk out of terms, but I know it was worked on for like over 18 months. We had some opinions in it from our standpoint, along with Re-Energy, some other stakeholders. There was quite a few involved in how can we get Re-Energy and the other processing facilities into a spot where they can recycle more and they're willing to put the investment in, as well as, start to worry about our waste in Maine.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Representative Ryan Tipping submitted that bill. He was a representative from Orono, and he put it in on behalf of activists who were very concerned about, we've heard previously in terms of the Penobscot River and into it by Juniper Ridge. And the intent originally was to limit out-of-state waste. So just wanted to put that out there for clarification. Thank you, sir, for coming.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Chair Brenner. Thank you, Mr. Troiano, for being here. You mentioned in your testimony that you felt like the rules had changed behind the scenes, and I'm just wondering what you're referring to. Thank you.
I guess I'm referring to, it felt like LD 401, although maybe not exactly how everybody wanted it, came to a decent compromise for a few years to see what Re-Energy and other processing facilities could do with the new terminology. And then this coming up again this year, this has been a bill I think that's been in play for a while, but kind of undermines everything that was discussed and put into play for Re-Energy to spend that capital. I can't imagine being in their shoes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Troiano. Are there any additional questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Next up is Shelby Wright. Thanks for joining us. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning or afternoon. Hi. So thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, esteemed members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Shelby Wright, and I am the Manager of Engagement for the Eastern Region of Casella. Casella is opposed to 1639. We believe that the bill will take the state backwards in its commitment to recycling more waste and will send ripples through the recycling and solid waste management industry while creating unintended consequences for our environment. It's going to cause an abrupt halt to construction and demolition debris recycling, or CDD recycling, as the bill does remove any mandate for recycling the materials while essentially shutting down the state's largest CDD recycling facility, and cause a rise in disposal costs for municipalities and a reduction in the ability to dispose of wastewater sludge. Contrary to most of the testimony that you heard this morning, all these impacts will be felt without any reduction in landfill volume or any effect on the leachate discharge at the state-owned landfill in Old Town. 1639 redefines waste generated in the state, which the anti-landfill folks frame as a loophole, when in fact the existing statute was created as a lifeline to allow Maine's recycling and solid waste industry to better serve the Maine residents and businesses by maintaining a robust and affordable option for recycling and solid waste processing in the state when capacity of state waste wasn't enough to generate the facility's profitability standards. And residuals from the CDD recycling process include fines and bulky material that can't be further recycled. And these are used in Maine landfills for daily cover, grading and shaping, bulking of wastewater sludge, and other wet wastes that by themselves aren't ideal for landfilling because of structural issues. That means that they're being used for something other than waste disposal. And as Senator Carney actually stated this morning in her response to one of Representative Tucker's questions, if we can beneficially reuse these process residuals, then we're in effect maintaining our adherence to the solid waste hierarchy, where waste can be reused without harming or presenting a threat to public health, safety, or the environment. These and other beneficial materials, such as alternative daily cover, are necessary to a well-functioning solid waste and recycling infrastructure, as well as a well-engineered and environmentally friendly landfill facility. Without the use of beneficial use materials for ADC, the alternative would be to mine virgin soil or sand that would have to be excavated and trucked into the site for daily use. And preserving virgin resources obviously is paramount to protecting the reduction of waste as well as Maine's natural environment. And again, all of these additional environmental impacts would be felt without any reduction in landfill volume or effect on leachate discharge. We think, Casella and I think it is time to have a serious discussion about how we can recycle more construction and demolition debris. The state of construction and demolition debris recycling in Maine is actually grim. So in its efforts to eliminate some out-of-state waste, LD 1639 removes CDD recycling mandates, ensures that no in-state CDD gets recycled, and closes a necessary recycling facility that could put over 75 people out of a job. So please vote ought not to pass on 1639.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? All right, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Tim Wade is next. Welcome, Mr. Wade.
Good morning. This is Phil Tucker. Tim had a they come up.
You didn't look like Tim.
Thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name again is Phil Tucker. I'm the president of Maine Water Environment Association. Association is a nonprofit of all volunteer association of over 650 water quality professionals throughout Maine. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comments in respectful opposition to LD 1639. Our primary concern with this bill is that it will further restrict Maine's ability to safely dispose of biosolids, raise costs for Maine consumers, and work against other efforts the state is making to protect public health from harmful materials such as PFAS. LD 1639 appears to be aimed at restricting out-of-state waste going to public landfills by limiting the amount of residue and bulky waste that can be accepted by these landfills. Related legislation was defeated a year ago. Briefly, the waste material identified in this bill comes from construction and demolition debris and other waste processing, waste-to-energy plants, and waste recycling facilities in Maine. By statutory definition, these fine residues and oversized materials that result from processing are considered in-state waste. This bill would undermine current law by imposing an arbitrary threshold on what is defined as in-state waste. If passed, this bill would have the chilling effect of removing valuable landfill cover and bulking materials that landfills in Maine would have to replace with virgin natural resources. That means using bulking materials that are necessary for managing and disposing sludges at landfills will be more costly. These additional costs will be borne by the municipal taxpayers and customers of wastewater systems. Given the issues with PFAS and biosolids, this creates a financial double whammy that very few communities can accommodate. Passage of LD 1639 would also discourage recycling, flipping the solid waste hierarchy on its head. What currently exists is law that was collaboratively developed by DEP and solid waste stakeholders. This law was approved by this committee, had no objections from the House and Senate, and was ultimately approved by the governor. LD 1639 would also greatly impair the ability of landfills in Maine to safely dispose of biosolids, which has rapidly become one of the few means of its disposal. Maine's response to PFAS is one driver. To limit the likelihood of PFAS in wells, Maine has imposed limitations on the land application of biosolids, and as a result, more biosolids than ever are being disposed in landfills. This is creating rising challenges at landfills, including increased concerns related to odors, reliance in bulky wastes to mix with biosolids at a ratio of up to 5 parts per part of biosolids for landfill stability reasons. Increased coordination at landfills is also necessary to ensure waste is ready to mix with biosolids when the load arrives.
If you could start to find closure with your testimony.
Yes.
Thank you.
So looking forward, MOEA is interested in a coordinated approach to managing biosolids, having a sustainable solid waste infrastructure that includes biosolids and environmental policy that safely manages all waste. I thank you for your time and attention in considering our testimony. We respectfully request that you vote LD 1639 ought not to pass.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Goldberg, Neil Goldberg is next. Good morning or afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony neither for nor against LD 1639 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. While discussing this bill, our Legislative Policy Committee came across 3 competing points of interest. The first is the impact to the revenues on the facilities that this bill will impact. By limiting or restricting the amount of residue that these facilities can produce, we are effectively putting a cap on their revenue potential. This does feel particularly hurtful for these facilities because recently they have made some pretty significant investments in anticipation of receiving out-of-state waste. And this bill, again, minimizes the returns as well as their ongoing revenues. Second, the association looks at this restriction as a benefit to the environment. It sends a clear message that Maine is focused on properly managing its own waste stream and isn't going to further enable out-of-state waste producers to pass their responsibility on to Maine. Now, this message, if we send it, does depend on the few capable facilities remaining in the state to stay open to receive the waste that's generated in state. And so, again, going back to that first point, if we are going to impact their revenues, we might impact their further operations and behaviors. Third, which has been brought up already, is the extent to which CDC is mixed with other hazardous wastes to reduce toxicity in wastewater sludge prior to landfilling. Although this legislation isn't going to directly impact that process, it might have an impact on the largest supply chain. And so if this bill is passed, incineration and recycling facilities might suddenly be desperate for more CDC, which drives up the costs for all of its uses. So we would the association would encapsulate LD 1639 as a benefit to an environment a punch to our incineration facilities, and a toss-up for the CDD supply chain. Because of this balance of perspective, we have chosen to be neither for nor against this bill, and would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Next up is Scott Furman. Scott Furman is also here to speak neither for nor against. And if you're in the attendee space and you're here to speak regarding the legislation at hand, for, against, or neither for nor against, if you could raise your hand. If we've missed you somehow, that would be great. Thank you. Welcome, Scott Furman. We're ready when you are.
Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I'm Scott Furman. I'm the Director of Wastewater Services for the Portland Water District. I provide this testimony neither for nor against LD 1639. The Portland Water District is a quasi-municipal authority authorized by state charter to provide water service to over 200,000 people in 11 greater Portland communities and wastewater treatment and collection services to 6 of those communities. In serving the needs of our wastewater communities, we safely accept, convey, and treat wastewater generated by residential, commercial, and industrial users. In this process, biosolids are generated that must be managed. These materials generated by all wastewater treatment plants in Maine historically have been beneficially reused through agronomic land application, composting, and also landfilling. In the case of the Portland Water District, we generate the largest volume of biosolids in Maine and have relied on composting, commercial digesting, and landfilling. Because of PFAS and PFAS concerns, we are primarily landfilling our material. In fact, statewide, wastewater treatment facilities have had to look for alternate disposal methods for biosolids, and more biosolids are being moved to landfill. As was discussed previously, biosolids landfilling requires a mix of about 5 to 1 municipal solid waste or bulky waste for every ton of biosolids. Our concern is waste is limited, and the amount of waste accepted at landfills is potentially reduced in light of the challenges that wastewater treatment facilities are facing in managing biosolids. This could eliminate what we think is currently our last outlet. In fact, that during the beginning of the pandemic, when Massachusetts construction and other construction activities shut down, there was a dramatic decrease in the amount of waste being accepted at landfills. And we were having weekly discussions about the ability to accept our biosolids for disposal. Construction activity resumed and the issue was alleviated. The solid waste management network is highly integrated. Changes in policy related to the volume of waste and out-of-state waste accepted at landfills can have systematic effects that could ripple through the entire solid waste management system and create unintended consequences. Restricting out-of-state waste while biosolids have only landfilling as a primary final management option will have sudden and chilling impacts. For these reasons, the district urges you to carefully consider the issue at hand in concert with other solid waste challenges in Maine, including biosolids management in the face of current PFAS concerns. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much, Scott Furman, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, I'm not seeing any. That is the last person I have signed up to testify. If there's anyone else in the attendee space that's here that would like to speak about the legislation at hand, LD 1639, if you could raise your hand. All right, and with that, we'll close the public hearing on LD 1639. Thank you, Senator Carney, for bringing this legislation forward. And with that, I think we should take a 30-minute lunch break, which will bring us back right around 12:45. Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. Okay, welcome back to the afternoon for the Joint Standing Committee for the Environment and Natural Resources. We have 2 more bills to hear. So we're going to move on to LD 1662 and then LD 1429. LD 1662 is an act to update Maine's sales prohibition on upholstered furniture treated with flame retardant chemicals. And we will invite Representative Dillingham in to introduce her bill. Sabrina, could you bring her over? Thank you. Welcome, Representative Dillingham. Representative Dillingham, if you're there, we are ready for your testimony on 1662. Sabrina, are you able to give Representative Dillingham a call?
Yep, can do.
Thank you.
She just texted me. She's on her way.
Okay, great.
Hi, so I got word from the office that she's actually just outside doing a press conference, and that's why she's gonna be a minute. But so I don't know what you would like to do, but it's up to you.
Well,
perhaps we should wait till 1 maybe, or?
Well, we're all here ready to go.
I've received a text that she is on her way in right now.
Great. So we'll give her a minute. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I apologize. I was outside at another event, so got in here as soon as I could. So good afternoon, everyone. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am Kathleen Dillingham, and I represent House District 72, which is comprised of the towns of Mechanic Falls, Otis Field, and my hometown of Oxford in beautiful Western Maine. Thank you for taking the time today to hear LD 1662, an act to update Maine's sales prohibition on upholstered furniture treated with flame retardant chemicals. This bill looks to correct the well-intentioned law that eliminated flame retardant chemicals in residential upholstered furniture, PL 2017, Chapter 311. That law resulted in standards that are stricter than the California standards, which furniture is generally built to. Under Maine's law, furniture with more than 0.1% of a flame retardant or more than 0.1% of a mixture that includes flame retardant, then the product cannot be sold in Maine. This evaluation and testing is impractical and expensive. This LD will clarify furniture sold in Maine is compliant with the very strict California standards, similar to what New Hampshire has done. This does not water down the intent of the law, but rather makes it more workable while continuing to regulate the elimination of flame retardants in furniture. I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you may have, but I believe others testifying in support of this bill will be able to speak in greater detail on how the current law works and the need for this change. Thank you for your time. And again, I apologize for holding you folks up today.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions this afternoon for Representative Dillingham? All right, we will go ahead and bring Carrie Malinowski in from the DEP. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I'm Carrie Malinowski, Safer Chemicals Program Manager at the Department of Environmental Protection. And I'm providing this testimony neither for nor against LD 1662. This bill would harmonize Maine's existing sales prohibition on the use of flame retardant chemicals on residential upholstered furniture with California law, allowing for some reciprocity while maintaining the variation of Maine law that stipulates the sales prohibition includes covered items with 0.1% of a mixture that includes flame retardant chemicals, and would allow the department to determine whether rulemaking would be necessary for the purposes of implementation. Since passage of Maine's law prohibiting the sale of residential upholstered furniture, the department has focused on its implementation specifically pertaining to agency rulemaking and compliance. This has included a stakeholder process and draft rule development, as well as laboratory sampling and analysis of commonly available residential furniture items. This work has included the collection of foam and fabric samples from a purchased piece of furniture, the development of a laboratory sampling and analysis plan, identification of a certified laboratory with necessary analytical capabilities, extensive conversation with that laboratory to determine the most appropriate analysis methods and parameters, and regular communication about work scope and results interpretation. It is through this work that the department recognizes the special challenges associated with the compliance aspect of this program's implementation, because of the expertise necessary to ensure all technical details associated with compliance are captured with each sample analysis. The more recent strain on laboratory capacity, the department appreciates when there is an opportunity to synchronize Maine's law with other states, particularly those that have greater market impact, which provides for more efficient program administration. For instance, New Hampshire's flame retardant sales prohibition incorporates Maine's language while also allowing for the use of California labeling to be utilized as a compliance tool. Where Maine law harmonizes with other states, we have found that there is an increased awareness of legal requirements and compliance. When states have coordinated action on a single issue, we have seen entire market sectors, such as this, shift their processes to provide consumers with items that meet these compliance standards, which serves to streamline implementation for both the agency and the regulated community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Bloom.
Thank you. So the standards that Maine came up with are stricter than the California standards. Am I understanding that correctly?
So there's a nuance in the language that provides for the 0.1% of the mixture. That's a challenge for us, but that is the one area that is more strict than California. So California's language doesn't incorporate that piece.
May I follow up, please? So did California always have this language, or were we ever in compliance with California on this language, or is this a change that we haven't, the California has that language and we're just catching up to it kind of thing? Is it always, when we made this law, did California have that language? I guess is my question.
So if memory serves, I believe California's law was first and Maine followed afterward.
Do you have any idea why we were stricter?
You know, I'm not clear about how the 0.1% of a mixture language became incorporated in the law. I haven't seen that in other places necessarily, like particularly California. So I'm not clear on that. However, I'll look into it and see if we can talk about that at work session if you'd like.
Yeah, I guess I would like to understand a little bit more. Maybe I can review myself as well. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
So I guess I'm a little bit confused about the neither for nor against position. Can you explain that a little bit more? Like it sounds like your particular preference is that it's easier because if we were aligned with California.
Sure. So the way that helps the department with implementation is the compliance piece. So for instance, in New Hampshire's law, which was cited in the testimony, they allow for California's label to be used as a compliance tool for them in New Hampshire. That would be helpful for us if we could rely on that, and it would help us to streamline compliance. And then where we have reason to believe that someone is out of compliance, let's say with that nuanced language, the 0.1% of a mixture, we could then pursue compliance for that, for those purposes.
Well, what would it mean for consumers' exposure to flame retardants in their couch if we change this law?
Well, if we change this law, I think we could be more assured that the furniture being sold in Maine would be closer to compliance with Maine law than we are today. Because today we could have a piece of furniture in Maine that doesn't have a California label on it. And, you know, we have no idea if it's compliant with California at all. And then we could focus on the 0.1% of a mixture piece. So it would help us in terms of compliance and help the consumer to identify furniture that is in compliance with California, also being in compliance with Maine law.
Don't we want it to be in compliance with the current Maine law and have a label that says it's compliant with current Maine law?
Well, that would be helpful, but the marketplace has already, so I think what we're trying to do is move toward a place where we can utilize what is already in practice. And so from our position, where we can use what the market is already doing would be most helpful to us. And so that's where the neither for nor against comes into play. We're interested in using what the market already has in practice. And that California label would help us in terms of determining whether or not a piece is in compliance.
What other states across the country are in compliance with California?
Well, it's interesting that you ask that because not many states have this kind of legislation that focuses on a suite of flame retardant chemicals as broad as this one does. So this one has language where any chemical flame retardant is prohibited, very similar to what I mentioned New Hampshire is doing and California has done. Washington State may be close, although I haven't reviewed their law recently to see if there have been any changes. But really, there aren't that many. And California's market influence is so enormous that, you know, very often they're sort of setting de facto federal law when they make their changes, because they impact the market so broadly. And so that's why we tend to, you know, to hopefully be able to rely on some of the work that they've already accomplished.
Representative Ziegler has a question.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and thank you for being here today. Did you read the testimony when we had the previous bill and how DEP testified, and also about the myriad of people who came out to explain why they wanted not to conform to California's law?
I delivered that testimony, yes.
And can I just, so you did read it, so you didn't see the validity in the testimony for the reason that we didn't comply with California?
Well, no, I don't want to characterize anything that the department provided for during that time in that manner. You know, I certainly think that there is validity to, you know, the pursuit of the sales prohibition in the first place. So in 2017, you know, we understood the backdrop for that. At this point, we're looking at implementation and the administrative aspect of the current statute. And it would be helpful for us if we could rely on what the market has already implemented in order to comply with California. And so it's really that piece for us that would be most helpful.
All right, any additional questions for the DEP? Yes, Representative Tucker.
Two questions today. The easier question is, does the California ban apply to certain specific chemical compounds which are flame retardants, or does it apply to any and all flame retardants?
So California's law provides for very broad categories of flame retardants, similar to Maine's law, and also adds in language for the use of Washington State's list of chemicals, which typically is also broad. And so they have broad categories very similar to ours.
Well, our statute doesn't have categories. It says, doesn't it say no flame retardants at all?
Flame retardants include, but not limited to, halogenated, phosphorus-based, nitrogen-based, nanoscale. There are some categories listed.
I see. My second question is,
sure,
when you're talking about 1/10 of 1% of flame retardant, how can a flame retardant be effective in those very tiny amounts? So why should it even be there?
That's a good question. You know, when we're talking, so you're not talking about the mixture piece. You're talking about the 0.1%, yeah.
Different question, yeah.
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. You know, and you know, the way the law is written, it certainly is a challenge for us when we're talking about analytical methods to determine whether or not the chemical is present, and then if it is present above the 0.1%, we then need to reach out and determine intent, because not all of those chemical constituents are there for the same purpose. So for instance, chlorine might be present because it's used to deter rodents when it's on fabric. And so it may not be present as a flame retardant. So, you know, I'm sure someone who is involved in that industry could probably describe that for you better than I can in terms of the concentration used and its purpose. But in terms of compliance and program implementation for us, you know, it has been challenging to try to find that right mixture of analytical analysis, appropriate methods, and then determination of intent.
It was just a curiosity to me because, as I recall, we were talking about pounds and pounds of flame retardants in order to make it work. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you just say that there's chlorine added to the foam that makes our furniture to keep it from being eaten by rodents?
Yeah, sometimes it's fabric. Yeah, it can be fabric. There are places that do that.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't mean it's always used in furniture, but I am aware of some places in the world that do that.
Okay. All right. Any additional questions? All right. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
Next up is Curtis Picard. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I am Curtis Picard, President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine, here to testify in support of LD 1662. And I'll say from the outset that my interest in this is for the retailers that sell furniture. And I'll go back, well, I'll start off by saying I think it's important to have an open conversation about this bill, because as you've been hearing, the current Maine law is starting to have some unintended consequences that will make it hard, if not impossible, for any Maine retailer to sell upholstered furniture here in Maine. So I am coming to this from the retailer point of view. And as you've heard, the genesis of this bill goes back to LD 182 from the 128th legislature. That bill proposed eliminating a wide range of flame retardants. When that bill came out, we sent it to our furniture retail members, and none of them raised any concerns. All of them said that furniture is manufactured to California standards these days and does not include intentionally added flame retardants. I even spoke with Senator Dana Dow, who owns Dow Furniture, and he also told me the same thing. So because of that feedback, we didn't even weigh in on LD 182 and simply monitored its progress. And shortly after Maine passed LD 182 into law, a similar bill was introduced and passed in New Hampshire. And I mention New Hampshire because ultimately that may be the solution we're looking for with Maine's law. As you heard, Maine DEP has been working on rulemaking and compliance with the law. And in December of 2020, I participated in a stakeholder discussion organized by the DEP to talk through some of the challenges they encountered. Maine DEP purchased and tested a typical piece of upholstered furniture that they had purchased here in Augusta. Because itemized chemical compounds are not specified in the law, the agency pursued lab analysis methods that would confirm the presence of a broad category of chemical compounds most commonly used as flame retardants in furniture. As you heard, because Maine's law specifies a limit of 0.1% of a mixture, but does not give a definitive list of chemicals to test for, it's likely that every piece of furniture in Maine will exceed this threshold. So this is not only impractical, but it would be prohibitively expensive and difficult for the DEP to determine whether or not the presence of an unlimited list of chemicals were intentionally added flame retardants or are simply present for another manufacturing process. So here's our ask. All furniture is manufactured to California standards that prohibit flame retardants and is labeled as such. New Hampshire's law is very similar to Maine's in a number of respects, but also allows for the California label to serve as the method of compliance. And in my written testimony, I linked the New Hampshire law and that section of language. And additionally, we understand that other states, which include New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, California, and Maryland, who also have a similar law to this, to have an exemption for electronic components of upholstered furniture. And that's for, say, a electronic recliner. You know, nowadays they come with buttons or something to automatically recline. So I added some language to consider exempting electronic components because as I understand it, electronic components have different manufacturing specificities. That's not part of the Maine law to be tested, but a chair, reclining chair that has electronic components, that electronic component could have certain chemical properties to it. So in conclusion, I'm happy to work with the DEP and the committee on language and amendments to 1662 that will bring better clarity, synchronicity, whatever you want to call it. I'll close by saying that when I was younger, I did spend 5 years working as a volunteer firefighter in my town. I understand the concerns of firefighters, which was the group that initially brought this bill. I know that structure fires, car fires, and other kind of incidences do expose first responders to a whole host of chemical exposures. We're not interested in watering down Maine's law or weakening it. We're just trying to simply make it workable. So I'm happy to stop there and answer any questions.
Does anyone have a question for Mr. Picard? All right, thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else in the attendee space here to speak in favor of LD 1662? All right, next up, we'll hear from Sarah Woodbury.
Good afternoon. My apologies, I decided to start mowing the lawn just as I started speaking, so hopefully you can not hear that. So good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Once again, I am Sarah Woodbury. I'm the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health. In 2017, Maine passed the first of its kind chemical flame retardant ban, which phases out toxic chemicals from upholstered furniture. Just want to correct Carrie, their Maine's law was first. California didn't pass theirs until 2018. The bill had broad bipartisan support, including from some of you on this committee today, as well as support from firefighters, health advocates, and environmental groups. LD 182 phased out all flame retardant chemicals in residential upholstered furniture because none are needed for fire safety. This last element is especially important and the key fact the legislature recognized in passing LD 182. Because chemical flame retardants are unnecessary for fire safety, the legislature wanted to avoid regrettable substitutions in which one dangerous carcinogenic chemical is replaced for another. The bill before you today, LD 1662, weakens this groundbreaking law. LD 1662 amends LD 182 to replace Maine's prohibition on all chemical flame retardants with a requirement that instead requires furniture to meet the requirements established for upholstered furniture in the California Business and Professional Code. This would require DEP to use California's definition of chemicals to be banned instead of the definition that Maine allows. California's definition is narrower than Maine's. It applies only to specific groups of chemicals. Maine law applies to all chemical flame retardants, even ones that may not have been identified or created yet, allowing the DEP to deal with emerging contaminants. Chemical flame retardants do not belong in furniture. We are especially concerned about the impacts on children and their developing brains. Over time, the chemicals leave furniture and end up in household dust, where chemicals are exposed, when children are exposed from hand to mouth activity or by breathing it in. Many of these toxic chemicals have been associated with decreased IQ, learning deficits, and hyperactivity in children, impaired memory function, as well as with cancer, reproductive problems, and hormone and immune disorders. Their link to cancer is also concerning to the brave men and women who serve as firefighters. Professional firefighters suffer from more than 10 types of cancer at higher rates than the general population. Cancer is now the leading cause of line of duty deaths for professional firefighters. Our firefighters already risk their life to keep us safe, and we should not be exposing them to more dangerous chemicals. I will point out, I'm not sure if he could join us today, but Michael Kraus, who's the president of the Firefighters Union, submitted testimony online. He was going to try to be here today, but they also oppose updating this bill. We understand the desire for easier verification from local retailers that products are compliant with the law. However, that should not be a basis for weakening Maine standards. And if that is a major barrier, we would welcome a discussion of more appropriate mechanisms for achieving that goal, such as a certification mechanism for manufacturers to document compliance with Maine retailers. We should not be weakening a law that was put in place to protect both firefighters and our children from toxic chemicals. It has been shown time and again that those chemicals are not necessary in furniture. And I will just point out that in 2017, we overcame with bipartisan support a governor veto of this law. A lot of people put a lot of work into this particular piece of legislation, including firefighters and families of firefighters that passed away, and we should not be weakening this law. So therefore, we urge the committee to unanimously vote ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Bloom.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. I think you've cleared up my question about who was first. So California was after our law, and they did not decide to do the same thing, right? I mean,
correct.
And do you know why?
I don't. There's a subtle difference in our law and California law. As Carrie mentioned, our law does list some categories of chemicals, but we have a language in our law that says not limited to. And so California's law has specific chemicals that applies to, whereas our law gives the opportunity to kind of expand upon that list if new flame retardants are created, that type of stuff. But I don't know why California didn't go with our law. Quite frankly, Maine has probably one of the strictest, if not the strictest, flame retardant laws in the country.
May I follow up? So like a California label just wouldn't be good enough for us, is what you're saying?
Not from our perspective. Like I said, we're happy to work with DEP and the retailers to come up with some sort of certification program or something like that. But just because it's easier sometimes doesn't necessarily make it better. And we're sympathetic to DEP's staffing issues and, kind of a hard time, but we're quite frankly more sympathetic to our firefighters and kids that are impacted by exposure to these things.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you for joining us. And next up is Therese Flaherty. Therese Flaherty, if you're there, you'll want to unmute and turn your screen on, and we are ready for your testimony.
Okay, here I am.
Welcome.
All right, thank you for having me. I'm here to talk about opposing the new bill that they want to be presented. My husband was a firefighter in Flaherty. He was a firefighter in Portland for 33 years. Unfortunately, I lost him to cancer on August 30th of 2011 at an early age of 63. So working on this LD 182 bill really tugged at my heart several years ago. I wanted firefighters to live longer, have more birthdays, more anniversaries, and spend more time with their families, something that I don't have anymore. Actually, in July, we would have celebrated 52 years of marriage. Our team worked very hard and we had so much support. Two of the times when I was at the State House that year, it was very meaningful to me to help get the bill passed. My husband's birthday, one day when I was up there, and then the following week was our anniversary. I still remember the day when we were sitting in the chambers at the State House when we found out that the LD 182 bill was passed. Lots of tears of joy from all of us, surrounding firefighters and myself. Why change this LD 182 bill? It's protecting our firefighters from exposure to toxic chemicals. I so know because my husband got the cancer from the toxic chemicals and suffered for many, many years. Sadly, I just found out that cancer had taken an Ellsworth firefighter's life the other day, only age 43. Another one gone too soon. Too many have been taken by cancer. These firemen, they risk their lives going into a building, saving our lives. And to be exposed to these all toxic chemicals is just, another reason that we should not have this bill changed. I so know what these widows go through and what they will continue to go through. When I went out to Colorado Springs for the fallen firefighters memorial that September of 2017, it was heart-wrenching. And you stand there and you see so many widows, and stand up, you have a husband's name called, but then you see these little tiny, tiny kids, babies in their arms. At least my kids weren't babies, but they were still young. So this is why I oppose the LD 1662 bill. And I continue to support that 182 bill passed 4 years ago for our firefighters and in memory of my husband. They so deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you for showing up today and sharing your story.
Well, it's just like I said, I try to say like what tugs at my heart I make happen, that's my motto. And things I do tug at my heart, and that's one of the things I do, and I'm still connected with the fire department family. They're my family, and I'll always have that the rest of my life. But when I see these, firemen, the fires on TV and the firemen, dying and stuff, it just hits the nerve, even though my husband will be gone 10 years in August. It's still there. You see a fire truck go by, it's still there. It doesn't go away. So it's, like I said, when I see these young couples, very young couples with babies in their arms, and they're at that memorial service in Colorado, it was very, very heart-wrenching to watch. So we need to protect our firefighters. They're there fighting for us. Going to burn a building, trying to save your life. So why put them up against us? I'm sorry. I put them through, going to have exposure to chemicals. I don't get it. I don't get it. When they asked me about, if you'd like to speak, when they said they might change that bill to be reversed or something, I'll tell you, truthfully, my hair stood up in my back. And it did. I thought of my husband, I thought of these firemen, and I go, God, please protect them. So that's all I have to say, dear. I just speak from my heart, speak for the firemen, and I hope it, doesn't pass. That's all that's all I'm saying.
Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Okay.
I don't have anyone else signed up to speak on this bill, but if you're in the attendee space and you're here to speak regarding 1662, if you could raise your hand. All right, and with that, we will close the hearing on LD 1662. Thank you, Representative Dillingham, for bringing this legislation forward for us. And we will move on to LD 1429.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You as well. Thank you. Okay, LD 1429 is an act to implement the most time-sensitive recommendations of the Maine Climate Council. So this is a very big bill with a lot of moving parts. And so we will ask the sponsor to come in, Representative Dunphy, and introduce the bill for us. And then I think what we're going to try to do is, well, I had at one point hoped maybe we could have people speak on different parts of the bill, but I'm not sure how. We'll see how it goes. Okay, welcome, Representative Dunphy.
Hi, good afternoon. So Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, distinguished members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. My name is Michelle Dunphy. I represent House District 122, which is Old Town in the Indian Island voting district. And I am proud to be before you today to present LD 1429, which, as Senator Brenner stated, is an act to implement the most time-sensitive recommendations of the Maine Climate Council. And as you all know, in December of 2020, the Maine Climate Council released their call to action. And after 14 months of expert research through deliberations, valuable input from stakeholders across a wide array of Maine industries, along with the voices of thousands of concerned Mainers, the bipartisan Climate Council unanimously agreed upon a detailed plan to address the threat of climate change here in Maine. Their report, Maine Won't Wait, a 4-year plan for climate action, outlines the specific actions that must be taken to address the greatest environmental threats facing our state. Thanks to the leadership of Governor Mills and the dedicated work of the Maine Climate Council, we now possess a roadmap for effectively addressing this issue. We have at last gained clarity over what needs to be done, and without further delay, I just lost my testimony, if you can bear with me. I apologize for the interruption.
Take your time.
We have at last gained clarity over what needs to be done, and without further delay, the time to act has arrived. Hannah Pingree and Melanie Loizen, the co-chairs of the Climate Council, have explained how this plan's consistent and bold action on climate, quote, will create thriving new economic sectors, save money for Maine people, towns, schools, and business, and improve rural transportation systems and open access to food grown and harvested by our fellow Mainers. LD 1429 takes the actions necessary to achieve those desired outcomes. And because transportation is responsible for 54% of Maine's greenhouse gas emissions, this bill helps accelerate Maine's transition to electric vehicles, reduces the amount of vehicle miles traveled by investing in public transportation, promotes public commuting options, and gives incentives to the freight industry to be more efficient. Because heating, cooling, and lighting our buildings is responsible for almost 1/3 of Maine's greenhouse gas emissions, this bill provides ongoing funding to Efficiency Maine Trust to ensure we meet our goal of installing more heat pumps and doubling the current pace of home weatherization efforts. Because climate change threatens the vital natural resource sectors of Maine's economy, like forestry, farming, and fishing, this bill creates the Maine Farm and Fish to School program to increase the amount of food consumed in Maine schools that comes from state food producers. And it establishes the University of Maine as the coordinating hub for state applied research and development of climate-friendly, bio-based wood market innovation. Because we must protect our natural and working lands from the effects of climate change and development and increase carbon sequestration efforts to achieve carbon neutrality, this bill provides funding to the Land for Maine's Future Board to leverage matching contributions from public and private sources to conserve critically important natural landscapes and ecosystems. I've attached a chart to this testimony that provides the committee with a reference of every section contained in this bill, alongside an explanation of how each provision directly mirrors a specific unanimous bipartisan recommendation. Of the over 60 recommendations made by the Climate Council, this bill addresses 16 of the most time-sensitive action areas. What we achieve here today during this legislative session will ultimately determine whether we meet our 2025, 2030, 2045, and 2050 goals. This, of course, is a global crisis, but we cannot wait any longer for those to act for us. We in Maine have the power to make a big difference, and the rest of New England is watching what we do. The rest of this country is watching what we do. And perhaps most importantly of all, our children and grandchildren are watching. And if we take bold action now, other states will soon follow in our footsteps and big shifts will begin to occur. The Climate Council's 4-year plan for climate action is a roadmap for how we can best navigate the challenges that lay ahead. The bill before you today, LD 1429, is our state taking tangible steps down the path that Maine experts have unanimously outlined for us. Let us face the challenges ahead with renewed confidence, and let's have Maine continue to lead the way. And if we do, others will surely follow. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I would like to acknowledge the work that the chairs of this committee have done with regard to this bill, as well as the other 4 areas of oversight the chairs have contributed. And I know this is a big undertaking. And I also would like to recognize that I know that there's bills in play here in other committees that are duplicative with some of the work we're doing here. I know the governor's change package does touch on many of these items as well. And I think it's timing where it's all come into play roughly at the same time. But I wanted to acknowledge all the work, the enormity of this bill, and appreciate all of the time and effort everybody has put into it. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Dunphy. Representative Bloom has a question.
Thank you, Representative Dunphy. That was a really good presentation and a good summary of the climate plan and what has occurred so far. It must be very gratifying to know that what we heard this morning from Hannah Pingree and Melanie Loisum about the governor's budget and the monies and how they would like to appropriate it is very similar to what you had already come up with.
It's very exciting. I was thrilled when I heard Director Pingree give the overview. And when I put this bill in December, you know, I really had no idea where it would go, where we'd be, you know, with our budget or the economy or the revenue forecast. And I'm thrilled that the change package does incorporate so many of the things that are in this bill.
May I follow up?
Yes, please.
Is there any one thing in this bill that really resonates with you in terms of something that really needs to be done, aside from what we heard this morning, perhaps?
You know, there's several things in this bill. I loved the ongoing allocation for Land for Maine's Future. I love the farm to food program, and I understand actually that the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry has something similar that they're working on. I also understood from the chairs of education that there is a bill before them that is addressing something similar. You know, and I love the installation of heat pumps and the weatherization, which I understand EUT has some things in the works. So, you know, I love all of the things in the Climate Council. It's hard to pin it down to that or this bill, but those are my general thoughts.
And one more thing, please, Senator Brenner.
Sure.
Representative Duffy, you said that you hit 16 of the 60. I think that's great that you were able to actually quantify that, because I couldn't. So you have that, you gave that in additional testimony. I didn't see it initially, but I'll go look for it now. That's great. I'm glad you did that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you for introducing LD 1429. And I think that Representative Riley will be following you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, Representative Riley. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. All right. Good afternoon now, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am Morgan Riley, and I represent House District 34, which includes part of Westbrook. I'm here today in support of LD 1429, an act to implement the most time-sensitive recommendations of the Maine Climate Council. The Maine Climate Council's 4-year plan for climate action provides us with an extensive list of recommendations to address our urgent climate crisis. LD 1429 offers an opportunity to implement the recommendations that are most time sensitive in an effort to reduce the anticipated damage that will come with increasing temperatures, changing ecosystems, and continued depletion of our natural resources. My testimony will focus on LD 1429's impact on supporting local farms and providing nutritious food to school children, conservation of our land and waterways, sequestering carbon, and investments in the University of Maine system to help with research and innovation. I decided to co-sponsor this legislation for many reasons. Perhaps the most important is the effort to increase local food in our school system. This not only benefits our kids and their families, but local farms as well, all while eliminating emissions associated with food distribution. Supporting our climate goals is tied into supporting our local and small family-operated farms, along with making sure our children have access to nutritious food. LD 1429 will make major strides in sequestering carbon here in the state, from developing an incentive-based forest carbon program to having the state conduct an inventory of the capacity of our land, coastal and marine ecosystems. This bill will help us meet our climate goals and put us on a path to achieving carbon neutrality here in Maine. Further funding for the land for Maine's future board will help conserve our land and waterways by working with the public and private sectors. This bill will include conserving habitats for deer wintering areas, outdoor recreation areas, working farmland preservation, and working waterfront preservation. In my hometown of Westbrook, we have worked closely with state and federal regulators, as well as recreational groups and local businesses to conserve and improve the Presumpscot River resources by installing fish ladders. LD 1429 will also help spur innovation by establishing the University of Maine system as the coordinating hub for developing new technologies. This will support a wide variety of industries here in the state as they transition and adapt to a new economy that will define the remainder of the century. Further investments into the University of Maine system will attract a talented young minds to our state with scientific and engineering backgrounds. This landmark bill helps ensure that Maine takes actionable steps towards addressing climate change, beginning with those that are most time sensitive and impactful. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your time, Representative Riley. Are there any questions? All right, not seeing any. Next up is Representative Kessler. Welcome, Representative Kessler.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
We sure can.
Jamie, great, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. I am Representative Chris Kessler, and I represent District 32, which is part of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth. And I am testifying neither for nor against LD 1429. I am speaking as a member of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee to relay current activity that's already underway regarding the sections that your committee requested input. And note that I cannot speak for my entire committee. I am only speaking from my perspective here. So as it pertains to sections 6 and 7 of the bill, our committee is currently reviewing detailed proposals to make changes to the renewable portfolio standard via LD 634 and LD 1350. And one of these bills may be a more appropriate vessel for consideration of this proposal. And in this particular bill, LD 1429, it repeals paragraph B of each section. And those were put into law last session via LD 1494 as a financial safeguard for Maine's electric ratepayers and to ensure that the RPS is working as intended. So we wouldn't want to get rid of those guardrails. Section 8 of the bill earmarks the ISO New England forward capacity market funds received by Efficiency Maine to go solely toward high performance heat pumps until 2030. And currently the cutoff period is until 2025, as recently passed into law last session. Flexibility in using those funds that Efficiency Maine receives is crucial to putting money where it's most needed or most cost effective at the time. So locking up these funds for one specific purpose for the next 9 years may cause unintended consequences as needs are reassessed from year to year. And excuse me, one particular issue is around weatherization, because for years, weatherization efforts had been needed to be funded through, in part, those forward capacity market funds. And so now we're experiencing shortfalls for programs like that. So section 15, the general fund appropriations. So the EV accelerator funding the Mills administration has recently earmarked, I believe, $8 million to support EVs, and our committee is also considering LD 347 and LD 1579, which deal with electric vehicle, and so those may also be more appropriate vehicles for that funding effort. As it pertains to Connect Maine, LD 1484 has been identified as the bipartisan legislative vessel to expand broadband in rural Maine. And that was amended by the Mills administration to receive, I believe, $120 million in ARPA funds. As it pertains to weatherization, LD 551 was recently voted out of our committee 11-1 in favor of boosting the weatherization fund with an additional $25 million general fund match to the approximately $25 million that the Mills administration has earmarked for this purpose. So that bill may also be a more appropriate vehicle for that effort. And as it comes to funding for heat pumps, Efficiency Maine has devoted numerous funding sources to accelerate the adoption of air source heat pumps with great success thus far. And further analysis is needed to understand if funding levels are insufficient. And I know that I would certainly be glad to do that research and analysis on our committee as well. So in closing, all of the sections of this bill that your committee has requested input are already under careful consideration in the EUT committee. And Representative Dunphy is welcome to bring these particular proposals to our committee for further consideration as we continue to deliberate on them. So thank you for giving us the heads up, and I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Representative Kessler. Does the committee have any questions for Representative Kessler? Yes, Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Representative Kessler, so it sounds like you have the vehicles for the intent of this bill, correct? I mean, what I guess is the actual language in this bill, is that actual language being considered in your committee?
It sounds like just for 6, 7, 8, and 15.
That's
correct?
what I meant. Yeah, for the things that for that. So it's really, it's very, you already sort of have the vehicle. Correct?
Yes, Representative Bloom. To answer your question, there are quite a few vehicles that are already under consideration in our committee. The specific language that this bill has for those parts are not current policy proposals under consideration, those specific proposals, but we would be glad to look at those in the context of the bills that we're already working right now.
Great, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Representative Ziegler?
Okay. Representative Kessler, nice to see you. I seem to be seeing you every day. So my question really goes out to our chairs. You have been in conference with both, this is a question, not a statement, EUT and also the Ag Committee, correct, in regards to this bill, or is that not correct?
Yes, and transportation and taxation and education.
Any you missed? Ethics. Did you get any ethics too? So I think Representative Kessler will be dealing with this in EUT at some point, if I'm correct. Again, this question to our chairs, that the other committees are going to be weighing in on these sections, right? How is this going to move forward And what's the logistics of dealing with a really omnibus, multifaceted bill?
That's a great question, Representative Ziegler. We have sent letters to the chairs of the other committees, and we have sent letters to all of those departments. And some folks have written back and some folks haven't. But I think after today's public hearing, we'll have a better sense of things, and we will regroup and engage with all of the interested parties to figure out how we move forward.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so next up, any more questions for Representative Kessler before we let him go? All right. Not seeing any. Next up is Hannah Pingree. Welcome, Director Pingree.
Hello, everyone. Again, long time no see. Again, my name is still Hannah Pingree. I'm the Director of the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future, and it is good to see Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of this committee. First, my apologies. I have two testimonies that I've submitted. The first one was a little premature, and the second one, dated May 17th, is accurate. And I am not going to read it all and go through the gruesome detail which this committee knows. But I will just start and say that I am grateful for the leadership of Majority Leader Dunphy and her commitment to climate action and her support for both funding and detailed policy steps in a number of important areas of climate plan implementation. In my testimony, I highlight sort of the top level elements of the climate plan, of which this committee has been briefed on a couple of times, so I won't go through those details. And I won't go through the details which we talked about this morning. Which is over the past several weeks, Governor Mills has announced 3 significant funding proposals to be considered by the legislature, including the main jobs and recovery plan, a bond bill, and a supplemental budget, all containing items that overlap with components of this bill. I will just say, though, that the final outcome of each of these funding proposals rests with the legislature, and those determinations won't likely be made until mid to late June, right? That's the hopeful timing, right, everyone? And these same decisions are important for consideration of this bill, as this proposed legislation makes important ongoing appropriations to support much needed climate actions. There was a timing challenge for this committee in predicting the outcome of the bonds, the budget, and the jobs and recovery plan consideration, as it also considers the appropriations included in this bill. So I will just say that additionally, this legislation includes a variety of important policy recommendations. I provided detailed comments, and I'll go through a couple of them. I think you will hear from the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, who will speak to some of the forest carbon as well as farm and food programs. I know the Department of Transportation also plans to weigh in on the specific transportation components of this bill. I will just say, so sections 1 through 3, 5, and 11 all address food programs. And again, the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry plans to weigh in specifically with some comments on this bill. Section 4 talks about estimating potential state carbon sequestration of Maine land and coastal and marine ecosystems. And as you all know well, the Maine Department of Environmental Protection is working with the University of Maine to develop a carbon budget for the state and to improve methods for the state's next biannual emissions report, which will include net emissions for the first time. The governor's proposed supplemental budget includes $400,000 for forest carbon mapping to support this work. Additionally, as this committee knows, Representative McCrate's bill to support eelgrass mapping was passed by this committee, and it's another component to detailed analysis needed for full carbon accounting. Our understanding also is that US EPA is working to support improved data at the federal level for carbon sequestration and accounting programs, especially to support states who are really laboring to try to do this work. So as it relates to sections 6 and 7, we've consulted with the governor's energy office. You heard Representative Kessler comment on this. We don't support repealing provisions allowing the PUC to suspend the RPS standard requirement at this time. While we are confident that the RPS requirement of 80% by 2030 will be met, as it was analyzed in the recent governor's energy office renewable energy goals market assessment. The RPS suspension provision was carefully negotiated with stakeholders in the EUT committee. We don't believe that any further modifications should be addressed in that. Any modifications should be addressed in that committee as they consider other RPS related bills. For Section 8, we do support the extension of the Efficiency Maine Trust heat pump program. And we've consulted with both the Governor's Energy Office and the Efficiency Maine Trust, who do agree. The Governor and legislature have agreed on the goal of installing at least 100,000 new heat pumps in Maine by 2025, and there are aggressive additional heat pump deployment goals in the climate plan for 2030 and beyond. The good news is that these programs are proving very successful, with more than 20,000 heat pumps installed just last year, making Maine a national leader in this arena. Hundreds of small businesses are doing this work, saving each homeowner, renter, or small business money on their monthly heating bills. Sections 9, 12, and 13, as this committee is probably familiar, the Governor established a state forest carbon task force earlier this year, and that group is meeting regularly to develop recommendations for a voluntary program to encourage small to medium-sized woodland owners in Maine to increase carbon sequestration opportunities on their land. Separately, the Agriculture, Forestry, and Conservation Committee has also passed a resolve to require the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry to study other types of soil and carbon programs that may be needed, building on efforts in Senator Brenner's Healthy Soils legislation. Any policy in these sections should follow the task force and resolve recommendations. Section 10, we defer to Maine DOT, who will comment on a fuel efficiency tax credit. Lastly, or second to last, Section 14 calls to increase climate communications as outlined in the climate plan. Our office, the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future, has recently released an RFP for communications and engagement to advance public understanding, awareness, and engagement about climate change in Maine, and to support the state's climate action plan. This proposal will raise public awareness and understanding about climate change and the state's climate response. It will promote opportunities and programs for consumers. It will highlight people, businesses, and organizations showing leadership on climate action. And it also intends to increase youth and student awareness and engagement in climate and energy topics. The budget for this is $125,000 in privately raised funds. This is an important component of the climate plan and one that is funded for the next year, but may require additional appropriations in the future. All of the funding components in this bill are worthy of future consideration, but they also must take into account the funding proposals on the table, balanced with the future needs beyond federal recovery support, as well as federal programs under consideration and bonding. Lastly, Section 15, the University of Maine is a valued partner in Maine's climate efforts, and we have begun serious conversations about how the state could strengthen the university's role in supporting the climate plan's implementation. The University of Maine has requested a federal earmark to support the development of a climate research hub with support from the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future. But I'll just end by saying the state and federal funding timing and outcomes are complex and undetermined at this time. Because of this, we hope to continue to work with this committee, Leader Dunphy, and others to determine next steps for this important legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Director Pingree, I'm going to get it right. What is your title?
You can call me Hannah. I don't.
Thank you.
Whatever
Hannah.
you need.
Oh my God. So it seems to me that because we don't know the legislative, it seems to me that what we saw this morning is a plan that really touches so much of this bill, plus other bills that are out there as well. But we don't know how the funding's going to come out. We don't know what the budget's going to, how the budget's going to pass, and so on and so forth. So it may be prudent for us to have this as a vehicle for things that don't get passed, for example, that are important.
That is definitely a consideration for your committee chairs and committee. I mean, I would say, again, there is a lot up in the air, including significant federal infrastructure legislation that overlaps with some of these same items. So I don't disagree with your assessment.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any additional questions? Well, it's always lovely to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you again.
Great. And next up is Michael Stoddard from Efficiency Maine. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Brenner and Chair Tucker, members of the committee. My name is Michael Stoddard. I am the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust. appreciate the opportunity to testify today before you, neither for nor against LD 1429. I do very much always appreciate it when someone like Representative Dunphy has gone to the trouble to think about where the funding is going to come from for all these important objectives that we've identified and spent so much time working on. And I know sometimes it's convenient for people to complain that we don't talk about the funding enough. And this is an example of where somebody has put some real thought into it. And I greatly appreciate that. I don't have a lot of specifics to offer today. I mostly wanted to make our organization available to answer questions. Of course, my testimony would be limited to the parts of the bill that pertain to efficiency main programs, and that is Section 8 and Section 15. I agree with Director Pingree that we will need some sustained, predictable funding stream to help us meet our state's heat pump goals through the year 2030. They're extremely ambitious. I think I can safely say that she's correct. We are leading the nation. I think we are doing the best of any state in the 50 states in the country on advancing our goals for electrification of heating systems and decarbonizing our heating system. And I think that's something we should all, and you all should be very proud of. So partly that's been possible because of sustained, predictable funding streams. And Representative Kessler is also correct that we do have, we're fortunate to have some other funding streams that we can use for that. But I do think that extending that forward capacity market fund allocation for this purpose would be a very suitable one. And as to the others, I'm happy to answer questions. I just want the committee to be aware Efficiency Main Trust is the organization that is currently running the state's EV rebate program. And we also do quite a bit of weatherization, as you may know. So I can speak to those two provisions in Section 15 if that would be helpful. Otherwise, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Representative Ziegler has a question for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stoddard. I don't know which committee I'm in now, right now.
I know when we switch over like this, it gets very confusing.
I just want to ask, because Representative Kessler brought up the 2025-2030. So EMT is supporting the 2030. Is that correct? A timeline for the heat pumps? Just because we have the other bill in EUT.
So this particular, what I'm supporting, and I don't have a super strong feeling about it, but I do think that it's an appropriate use of those forward capacity market revenues. They, as people may or may not be aware, forward capacity market is it's a market that spits off some revenues to Efficiency Main that result from all of the aggregated projects that we do that save electricity. We're allowed to get some financial credit for those in a market that is run out of Springfield, Massachusetts, and ISO New England. And we take those revenues and we plow them back into our programs. So it's a dividend that goes to the benefit of Maine ratepayers. Electricity customers are the people who pay for the cost of that extra little tiny cost that goes into their electric bill. And so that's why we thought it makes sense to redeploy those dollars onto something that relates to electricity and how efficient the equipment is that's going onto the grid that all electricity customers have to pay for. So I think it's suitable. I think what I understood Representative Kessler to be saying is there are other worthy needs in the energy sphere, including weatherization, and that's a very fair point. And so I think he was urging that we maybe retain some flexibility on how we deploy this revenue stream. I think either would be appropriate, but I do think on balance, I would prefer the focus on the heat pumps.
Thank you. I was just trying to clarify what Representative Kessler had talked about earlier. Thank you.
Any additional questions for Michael Stoddard from the committee? Yes, Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Mr. Stoddard, in this bill that we're discussing today, there are two line items for weatherization and heat pumps. And those numbers, are those numbers accurate for what we're doing, where we're at, what we need?
I'm not sure accurate is, first of all, I have no idea what the origins of them are. I don't know what the basis is, but they're quite a bit below what would come close to my estimates of, if you're imagining that we would continue running the programs along the lines of what we or Maine Housing have run for weatherization, and you're imagining that the amount of the financial assistance that we would provide would be roughly similar to what we have in the past, these are not in the same ballpark by about an order of magnitude.
Right, because now I'm looking at the what Hannah Pingree sent, the save money through energy efficiency, 50 million, for example, for weatherization. And I don't, and also, yeah, so that's 10 million, 15 million, and so on. So you think that's more in line with what you need?
Yeah, although multiple speakers have I think correctly made this point, which is we're in this tricky situation where we're going to be juggling a variety of sources. And so it's a little hard to know how much, what the gap would be for the targets on an annual basis if you get a chunk of money from the feds, but it's not enough to do the whole amount. There might be some need for another funding stream. And so it feels a little hard to guess whether those other funding streams would be enough by themselves. But this by itself would be helpful in the right direction, but it's not in the same magnitude as what is being talked about in not only the programs that we run currently today, they're about 5 to 10 times this size, what we run currently. And then what we probably need to be doing between now and 2030 is to increase that quite a bit more.
So I guess I need to understand at some point when we're out of this federal money or whatnot, what does the state need to do in terms of money? But hopefully, so what you're saying is that it's just going to increase between now and 2030 to achieve those goals.
So I think you mean the funding that would be required?
Yeah.
Yes, certainly in the next several years, with the caveat that at some point you don't just subsidize things forever. You're trying to transform the marketplace so that eventually the markets will take over and do this. So you need to jumpstart things in certain situations, and this is one of those situations. But I would submit that the best and most effective and cost-effective way to do it is to use a blend of approaches, some of which is financial subsidies and some of which is regulatory and educational complements to that. So there'll be some amount of training and educating that goes on, and some where things gradually shift over to regulatory approach. So for example, building codes is a popular example to give, where eventually you make it the code, and same with something like CAFE standards.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Stoddard? All right. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. So looking into the attendee space, if you're here to speak in favor of the legislation, if you could raise your hand. All right. So Michael O'Brien, and then Dana Doran, and then Patrick Strauch. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Thank you all for hanging in there today during a long day of hearings. My name is Michael O'Brien, and I live in Lincolnville. I am a graduate of the University of Maine School of Law, a writer, and a former sternman on a commercial lobster boat, testifying in strong support of LD 1429. I'd like to thank Representative Dunphy for her leadership in bringing this bill forward. I had some other testimony prepared for today, but decided to rewrite it over the course of the morning after I read through some of the other testimony that has been submitted in order to address a few points that I've seen raised. Concerning Director Pingree's testimony, and thank you so much to her for being such a positive and guiding force on this issue. Her testimony flags potential timing challenges related to certain funding elements in this bill, including, for instance, predicting the outcome of bond proposals. When I hear this, I ask myself, why does timing need to be a problem? Why not take the guesswork out of the Land for Maine's Future initiative and simply pass this bill? For as long as I can remember, there have been LMF projects bogged down by bond issues. And my question is, why do we need to wait to see how a separate, unpredictable process plays out when this initiative seems to be a priority to so many different folks? Why overcomplicate it? This example highlights the whole point of LD 1429, which is to consolidate our attention on this issue and avoid further delay. Everything is too all over the place when it comes to climate policy. There are too many plans and bills and proposals swirling around, and it is unclear what to make of it all as a whole, as this committee is currently discussing. And so LD 1429 is a big picture bill, and it allows for folks in Maine to see what is being implemented from the Comprehensive Climate Plan without having to try to figure out what is going on in a dozen different committees. I could go on about the simplification for the sake of progress, but one other quick point that I'd like to address is concerning Representative Kessler's update on the work that the Utilities Committee is doing. He raised some very valuable points in his testimony that I recommend looking into more deeply as you work this bill, all of which can easily be amended to align with and in no way interfere with his committee's good work on this issue. But I'd like to point out that important aspects of this bill are in no way duplicative of the work that the Utilities Committee is doing. Collaboration on this issue is important, and the EUT Committee has valuable expertise that should be utilized in the development of sound policy around certain aspects of this bill. But the proposals presently before the Utilities Committee that concern electric vehicles, for example, do not go far enough. One of the bills that he cited creates new far-off goals and a new working group, which may very well lead to some positive changes further down the road, but does not accomplish any tangible immediate reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. LD 1429 doesn't change any existing statutes concerning EVs. It simply provides a $1.5 million allocation to the EV Accelerator Program. If we cannot commit $1.5 million to transitioning to EVs in fiscal year 2022 and 2023, when transportation accounts for over 1/2 of our greenhouse gas emissions, then I don't see how we can expect to meet our state's goal of having 219,000 EVs on the road by 2030. It just won't happen. Now, in advance of the work session, I would be honored to put together a chart that shows how the various initiatives being considered in other committees connect to the initiatives in this bill. And I will also include a diagram that shows how this bill overlaps with the various funding proposals that the governor is putting forth, so that everyone can see what is actually happening, and perhaps more importantly, what is not happening when it comes to this critical issue. So in conclusion, we shouldn't be attached to which legislative vehicles are used to make the positive changes that we all seek. This bill should serve as a checklist, almost a safety net of sorts, to be the glue that holds the Climate Council's unanimous, bipartisan, comprehensive vision together. The Climate Council's report was released on December 1st, 2020, which seems like just yesterday, but actually was almost 6 months ago now. Time is going by, and that's the biggest hurdle that we face on this issue. We've let too many decades slip by without doing enough, and the problem is only compounding. So I urge you all to act boldly during this session and vote ought to pass after a few thoughtful amendments that stem from the helpful comments from your colleagues on other legislative committees. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll do my best to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. O'Brien. Are there any questions from the committee? All right. Your offer is very generous.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you for joining us. And next up, we have, somehow I lost that attendee. Hold on a second, I gotta get. There we go. Dana Duran is next. Welcome.
Can you see me and hear me okay?
We sure can. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the ENR committee. I think this is my first time in front of you this session, so good to see all of you. I know it's been a long day. I'm Dana Duran, Executive Director of the Professional Logging Contractors of Maine Trade Association that represents logging and trucking contractors throughout the state. I'm going to try to be brief. I know you've heard a lot. There's an enormous amount of information in this bill. I have provided written testimony. I'm going to summarize that for you today. Just brief background on logging and trucking in the state. So logging is a $620 million component of an $8 billion forest products industry. Logging directly creates 4,000 jobs and is also responsible indirectly for an additional 5,400 jobs. So over 9,000 jobs in Maine are due to logging and trucking. I'm here to testify in support. I'm very thankful to Representative Dunphy for bringing this forward. My support is general. I've spoken with Representative Dunphy. There are a few things in here that I think are missing. I've expressed that to her. She's very open and receptive to our suggestions, and I would hope that you would consider them as well. But let me just say a few words about things that we are in support of, and also bring up some things that we think should wait. And potentially one idea would be to carry this bill over, because obviously you've heard a lot today about pieces in other legislation, things that are up for the budget, and things that may need some more time. So first, let me start with something that I think is positive in the bill. So included in the bill is a tax credit for basically trucking companies who may participate in EPA's Smart Weight program to incentivize the use of more fuel efficient, carbon friendly trucking technology. So we are definitely in support of that. So brief history: back in 2014, the federal government through Congress and through US EPA required the use of diesel emissions fuel systems. And those DEF systems, as they are called, are now mandated in all manufactured trucking equipment, also in off-road equipment that we use, such as the equipment that's behind me in the photo. And so that equipment basically almost eliminates all particulate matter that come out of heavy duty trucking and then also heavy duty equipment. But with that has come cost. It's basically added about 40 to 50% increases in cost for use of that technology. So our members certainly have invested in it, but I think one great way to incentivize further investment in this type of technology is through a tax credit, because the equipment is very expensive. One log truck basically off the parking lot costs about $150,000, and you add a trailer to that, and it's about $220,000. Just 10 years ago, that same equipment was about $150,000. So you can see how expensive it has become. Secondly, I'm a member of both the Climate Council's Natural and Working Lands Working Group, as well as the Governor's Forest Carbon Task Force that I know Director Pingree mentioned. That was created by executive order. We are underway working on many things. We're not scheduled to conclude our work until September 1st of this year. So I know Representative Dunphy put in pieces regarding a forest carbon group, something about tree growth, et cetera. I would ask the committee maybe hold on some of that until we can complete our work and then bring our recommendations to this vehicle moving forward. Lastly, I just want to mention, and again, I've mentioned this to Representative Dunphy, there's nothing in the legislation currently that talks about what contractors do in the forest. And this was actually mentioned in the Climate Council plan, bringing incentives for low impact harvesting and recognition of third-party certified contractors. And so I've included in my testimony 4 recommendations that I think need to be included in this legislation, because none of the work that's going to be done in the forest will happen without contractors who invest in equipment, the appropriate equipment, and also there needs to be verification of the work that they're doing as a follow-up mechanism. So again, I won't go into detail on all of those now because I want to try to remain brief, but those are included in my testimony. I would ask that something be done for contractors in this legislation as well, because we are the boots on the ground. So thank you for listening to me today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thanks for hanging out with us all day. Are there any questions for Dana Duran? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next up is Patrick Strauch. Welcome.
Well, welcome, Senator Benner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Patrick Strauch, Maine Forest Products Council. I wanted to thank Majority Leader Dunphy for her leadership in putting forward LD 1429, and just comment a little bit on some of the forestry issues in particular sections. We support the bill with some revisions suggested in certain sections. Section 15 is really important, establishing the University of Maine as a coordinating hub for applied research in forestry. Certainly the goal for increased acreage on conserved land in that sections to 30% is important to us as well. Section 13, increased technical service provider capacity, is really key to getting small woodlot owners interested in their lands through education and outreach. So those are all important parts of the plan as they relate to forestry. There are a couple of sections 4 and 9, that I'll focus on briefly, and we would suggest some clarifications in those sections. We heard about the forest mapping project. That's going to be very important. We established a goal of determining a statewide baseline inventory of carbon stock sequestration on Maine's land and in coastal and marine ecosystems. It's important because at this point, we understand that about 55% of our petroleum emissions can be captured through the trees that we're growing currently. And an additional 15% of these emissions are offset by sinking carbon and durable wood products. So that's why this sector in terms of mitigating carbon change is really so important. And this research will be important to verify some of these claims. However, there's a section in section 4, we're talking about doing inventories of carbon storage on farm and open space and tree growth taxation properties. That's going to be problematic. We're not sure the science of measurement will get us down to the per acre level. It's more likely that we're going to be looking at things from species composition, stand age, and management type. So it may be premature to be selecting the things we should be measuring and the comparisons that we can make. So I just throw that out there. And then finally, in section 9, there's a provision to amend the tree growth taxation program to declare it's in the public interest to encourage and increase sequestration of carbon in this state. That's a major policy issue, and it needs to be talked about. It's not something that the Climate Council or the working groups that I've been part of have talked about. It's a major change, and we're fairly sensitive about attaching other requirements to the tree growth program because it can be misinterpreted. So the Forest Carbon Task Force, as was mentioned by my colleague, is looking at these issues. The open space tax law seems to be the answer to looking at putting together carbon friendly opportunities as we look at that program more closely. And we'll report back to the legislature in, I think, September is when that report is due. So just a few notes on forestry. I appreciate Representative Dunphy's leadership on this and would be glad to discuss some of our recommendations in further detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Strauch. Are there any questions? I have one for you. Are you aware of have you followed the work out of the Yale School of Forestry on forest and farm soil sequestration?
I pay tuition for 2 kids going there, but I have not followed the.
Because I actually think it might be worth looking at. You might find it interesting. I think that it would be the sort of work that would help us with section 4. It's the kind of science
Yeah,
would
we'll have to take a
support
look
that
at that,
policy.
follow up. All right, thank you.
Mhm. All right, any questions? And with that, I think we're done with people registered to speak in favor. And next up, is there anyone? I don't have anyone in the attendee space who signed up to speak in opposition. All I have left are folks that are neither for nor against, which we'll start with Mr. Park, Brian Park. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Brian Park, and I am the President and CEO of the Maine Motor Transport Association and a resident of Brunswick. Our association is comprised of almost 1,600 member companies whose employees make up a large portion of the 32,000 people who make their living in the trucking industry in Maine. I'm submitting testimony today in the neither for nor against category because the bill does many things beyond the scope of our organization's expertise. However, we would like to add our support for the freight transportation fuel efficiency credit component of the bill, starting on page 7, line 18, having to do with the EPA's SmartWay Transport Partnership Program. In a nutshell, EPA's SmartWay program helps companies advance supply chain sustainability by measuring, benchmarking, and improving freight transportation efficiency. MMTA and many of our members joined this voluntary program many years ago in an effort to take a leadership role when it comes to investing in today's cleaner technologies to move tomorrow's freight. As active and engaged participants on the Transportation Working Group of the Maine Climate Council, we recognize the trucking industry's role in the environment, which is why we brought the idea of encouraging SmartWay participation to the Transportation Working Group. Broadly speaking, there are 12 individual strategies that SmartWay has identified having differing CO2 savings. Some of these strategies can be implemented immediately, such as low rolling resistance tires, improved aerodynamics, and automatic tire inflation systems, while others would be longer term strategies that have additional public policy implications, such as longer combination vehicles and intermodal shipping. Which is why we support creating a fuel efficiency tax credit for those taking the active steps to make investments in CO2 emissions reduction strategies. We agree that this will produce a financial incentive beyond those generated by fuel consumption reductions and the lessening of our industry's impact on the environment. Appreciate your consideration and for allowing me to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have now or at the work session.
Are there any questions for Brian Park? I have one, just totally curious. Are there innovations in your industry for electric buses?
Buses, we don't have an awful lot of our members that do buses. Now, there are innovations that are upcoming for heavy duty trucks. That innovation is a ways off because obviously there's a safety component that's obviously paramount when you're dealing with heavier vehicles. You want to make sure that that the automation is robust and at least gives you the same safety benefits as today's technology. That is coming. Whether it's coming a year from now, 10 years from now, I can't tell you, but I do know that there's quite a few folks that are working on that.
Great, thank you. All right. Anybody else? Okay, thank you so much, Brian Park.
Thank you.
Next up is Neil Goldberg.
Hello, Senator Brenner.
We like to have you end the day.
It seems that is common and happy to do so. See you off. Hello, everyone again, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. My name is Neil Goldberg, and I am providing testimony neither for nor against LD 1429 on behalf of MMA's Legislative Policy Committee. As you all see, this is an extensive and varied piece of legislation, and our Legislative Policy Committee decided not to weigh in on each individual aspect, but instead to highlight some of its top priorities that are embedded in this legislation. First and foremost is the funding it provides to broadband infrastructure in rural areas. The association has long supported putting rural areas ahead of more densely populated areas in line to receive state aid to expand rural broadband infrastructure. We've seen that there's clearly a market failure here, and unless the state get involved, it is not going to expand at the speed we want it to. And this bill is a great opportunity to do so. Second on the list is the transition to low or zero emission vehicle fleets. You've heard this already today, but there was a bill in front of the EUT committee, LD 1579, that would speed up that transition ultimately to 100% zero emission vehicles by 2040. It was just brought up a moment ago what that cost would be, and maybe hinting at school buses in particular. We did a little bit of napkin math, and there are over 3,000 school buses in the state. And so to make that transition just for school buses before 2040 is going to put an additional $1.7 million on taxpayers each year for almost the next 2 decades. And so municipalities have long wanted to make this transition. It's just that upfront cost that's prohibiting them from doing so. So to the extent that this bill can provide to make that easier, we think that's great. In this bill, I believe the electric vehicle accelerator program would be administered by Efficiency Maine. And we'd like to note that the Maine Municipal Association has had a great working relationship with Efficiency Maine, and have really appreciated their efforts and their proven success, specifically in regards to home heat pumps and weatherization. And so supporting them is basically tangential to supporting municipalities, and that would be great. Finally, there was definitely some interest from our members in the additional support to public transportation. I know that that's a very difficult conversation to have. There's this myth that maybe Maine's not right for it because it's largely rural, but to increase that funding to the national median of $5 would be monumental, and it's going to provide some great energy savings to the state. So with those issues at hand, that's a lot to take in. I'd be happy to answer any questions on it, but thank you for undertaking this massive legislation. Thank you.
Well, thanks for joining us. Any questions for Mr. Goldberg before we let him go? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Okay, and is there anybody left in that attendee space who's here to speak about the legislation, LD 1429? Okay, I don't have anybody else signed up that's over there. Thank you, Representative Dunphy, for bringing this legislation forward, and we will schedule a work session at a later date. Thank you. All right, and with that, we're going to end the public hearings, and I'm going to ask that we reconsider a bill that we've previously voted on, LD 602, about straws. This was a divided report early on. Hi, Dan.
Hi, would it be helpful? I prepared an email that just describes what happened and has the amendment that was voted on. Would that be helpful to send out?
Sure. Yes. Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Would you like a motion?
That would be great.
I move to reconsider that bill, whatever the number was.
602.
602, thank you. Having voted on the prevailing side.
Representative Tucker, second. Thank you. Okay, so I'll tell you guys why I would like to reconsider this bill. LD 602 was a bill where we banned straws, and basically it was much like the Portland ordinance that went into place in the winter in January. I have spent some time thinking about it and talking to folks in Portland, and I feel like I'd like to change my vote. I feel like my vote was premature. I think we should allow municipalities to create ordinances and have a groundswell up, much like the plastic bag ban, rather than a top-down approach. And I think it might be prudent for us to allow the Portland ordinance to be in place for a while and see how it plays out. So in light of those two things, I'm grateful that you're willing to reconsider, because I'm going to change my vote to ONTP. Yes, Representative Bloom.
I'd like to discuss this a little bit, if I may. I feel like, you know, almost a lot of other states have at least they've done something related to plastic straws. And that is that they basically say a straw upon, you get a straw upon request. And that's it. So it doesn't do anything about making it plastic or not. It just starts the process by saying you have to request a straw. And I can get the details of how many states are doing this. I do appreciate we had a discussion about this, Senator Brenner, and I understand, but I would like to, I feel like I would like to consider amending the bill. So maybe getting a unanimous report if we can bring it to a point which is doing something about plastic straws, but maybe not going as far as what Portland has done. But at least saying that you must request a straw if you want it. It's not an automatic thing.
Senator Bennett?
I'll defer to the House Chairman. I think he has something to say.
I simply want to clarify that our discussion right now is whether we should reopen, whether we should reconsider or not. After we have voted on whether we reopen the discussion, we can then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had. I thought we were in the discussion. I apologize.
Reconsider. I think we should have that vote first.
I apologize.
Are we ready for a show of hands?
The question being to reconsider, yeah.
Correct. Okay. All right. Representative Tucker, did you have another thought?
I didn't, but now that I've got the floor, I move ought not to pass.
I'll second that. And I'd like to speak.
Senator Bennett?
Thank you. Yeah, I voted with the ought to pass as amended report. I mean, this bill came out as a, the bill originally came out as a rather bold, very, very bold bill that would ban all straws. And then it got amended down to essentially just focusing on the restaurant folks and folks who run shops like that. And as I said, when I suggested extending the bill out a year, I feel like these folks these are very marginal businesses to begin with. It's really rough on them. Right now, they're just emerging from the pandemic. Some of them will be emerging from the pandemic, but none of them are unscathed. Many have struggled with survival. We've lost a lot. And I appreciate, Senator Brenner, your reconsideration of your own position on this, because as I've been thinking about it as well, it's because we've extended the date, there's really no reason to even impose this right now. And I would suggest that, legislature takes it up when things get stable, bring it back, in not this legislature, but maybe the 131st, let the law work in Portland, maybe elsewhere, see where we get. I think that's very sensible. So I will be supporting the motion.
Representative Bloom?
I would like to, as I said, I started to discuss the idea of changing this bill to do something about straws, because it is a problem and we should be doing something about it. The state of Maine can at least say that you have to request a straw if you want one. That's the first step in starting down that path. Just like the municipalities doing their own thing is a step in that right direction. I feel pretty strongly that we should be doing something, because what we're saying then, if we just ought not to pass it, that we're not doing anything about plastic straws. And they're such an ubiquitous, problem in our environment, and that and we could at least say we don't automatically give them. And that may also give the businesses an opportunity to get rid of their plastic straws, get new straws in, be able to make their own choices as to what they want to replace it with. And then we can see where it goes from there. So I was wondering if anyone on the committee would agree to that. Senator Brenner, how do you feel about that? You just want to say no to everything? We're just going to say nothing about straws at all?
So one of the large pieces of feedback I got in Portland from folks that I spoke to was that it is a bit of a customer service nightmare when someone orders a drink to go and they don't get the straw's not handed to them with the cold drink, because then, you know, there's a miscommunication there between the person behind the counter and the customer ordering. And so it has been, for some owners, a bit of a customer service challenge. So I don't feel like right now I'm ready to add to that challenge for people.
Isn't it true it was one person that you spoke to who felt that way?
I've spoken to 2 people.
So 2 people feel that way?
Yes.
Okay.
Representative O'Connor.
Thank you, Senator. So many of you know I've been in the restaurant business and the tourism industry for almost all of my adult life, doing one thing or another. And what I know from experience is any business will naturally try to cut down on products. I know that without any laws, we, in the restaurants that I worked at, we would automatically ask and say, do you want a straw? Do you want extra napkins? Do you want, because we wanted to cut down on our costs. These are natural occurrences in doing business. And this bill is not necessary. And unfortunately, at this time, I think if it was passed, I think it would put a lot more difficulty onto businesses that, as many have said, are struggling right now. And some of them, we don't know if they're going to come back. And that's all. Thank you.
Anyone else have comments? Yes, Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. So, and I appreciate Representative O'Connor's perspective. I know she's been in the industry for a long time, as I have as well. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. So I'm just going to repeat what I thought I heard. Are we saying that if somebody has to ask for a straw with their cold drink, that's going to be a hardship on their business? I thought that's what I heard, and I just want to make sure that I'm hearing that correctly. If anybody can respond to that, that would be fabulous.
Representative Gramlich, the experience that I had in conversation with folks in Portland was that the feedback from their customers in terms of their customer experience was unfavorable because they were confused about how they were supposed to get a straw. So they walked away, they got to their car, they didn't have the straw, they had to come back in. So it just presents another layer of challenge for a customer and a business owner. Yes, Representative Bloom.
How are we going to measure then, if you're saying that we're going to see how it works out with these, and we're going to go to 2 places in every city and ask them how they feel about it? I think that we have to be a little stronger than that. I think that there may be access to polls about it. There may be some other thing. So our measurement is just, we're doing some vague reasoning behind this, which is that we're going to wait and see how many municipalities do it. And then someone's not going to like it. So I think we've got to be careful going down the anecdotal path when we're discussing this, because we're discussing something that is just about habits, and it's about changing habits. And that's how we're going to get beyond plastic and beyond waste, is through breaking of habits. And that's what I'm proposing, is to help get towards that. So I I appreciate where you're coming from on this. However, I don't see it as going to be hurting business, or, you know, eventually everyone, like for example, in Portland, everyone else is doing it. So she's not the only one. Her business is not the only one doing it. It's everybody. And she's got to continue to do it no matter what, because that's the law in Portland, right? So, I mean, you know, I don't think this is going to be the reason that people go out of business. And unless you really think that, you know, what we're going to be we're going to have more serious problems with plastic if we don't act.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. With all due respect, this type of legislation is a perfect example of government overreach. Why in the name of anything is government in a restaurant delegating plastic straws? It's almost mind-boggling to me. The whole issue about plastic straws came to light because I think of a 9-year-old boy that came up with some idea about it. Go look up the genesis of this whole straw debate. It is, if it wasn't true, it would be laughable. This is the tail wagging the dog. This is an incredible piece of legislation. These things can happen because citizens who wish to change can make that voluntary choice when they go to the place they go for a drink or whatever, and they can say, you know, I don't like plastic straws, give me paper. When they hear that enough, the establishment will simply change to paper. You don't need law to do this. It is time for us to leave people alone. I'm just very frustrated by this type of legislation. You've heard my 2 cents, so I'll leave it at that.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to speak a second time on this, but I just want to say, you know, if we really want to do something about these plastic straws, and I agree that they're a problem, we need to move culturally away from them like we do with lots of plastics. But what we've done with this bill is we've taken a bold proposal and we focused it down on one aspect of the problem. We're still allowing them to sell them in grocery stores. We're still allowing those little sippy things that you get for the kids. In fact, yesterday morning, I went out and cleaned a 1/4 mile of Route 26 from trash yesterday. And it was interesting. There was like, there were a couple of regular sized straws that were stuck in cups that were out there. Most of all the trash was plastic, this and that wasn't straws. And there were 2 of those little, in a plastic little bag, there's 2 little folded tiny straws that come on top of one of those sippy things you buy your kids. And they were just sitting there kind of randomly out there. And mind you, this bill wouldn't take care of those. And so, you know, I understand also that some people want to like lead and start something. I would just caution that right now, you know, if we can avoid doing this for this industry, I think they will appreciate the fact that we deferred this and just waited for a little bit longer. And so I'm hoping that we can do that. Thank you.
Representative Bloom.
Yes, and you know what? I appreciate those comments, and I do agree that we have bigger fish to fry, and we're doing a lot of very important work, as we just had public hearings on. So, I mean, I do agree with that. I think I just wanted to say that anyway, because it is so important. And I was hoping we could do something about the bill and do something positive to help change habits and jumpstart that in the state of Maine. I will be supporting the motion because of that, only because we have bigger fish to fry. And I appreciate the senator saying that, Bennett saying that, you know, we were deferring. And I think that we have to make sure that we say that for the record, that a whole approach to plastic to the reduction of plastic in our everyday lives is extremely important. And I hope that we will continue to put that as a priority of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bloom. Representative Gramlich?
Thank you, Senator. I just would echo the sentiments that Representative Bloom has just made. I don't think it's any surprise to anybody on this committee where I feel and where I land about our use of plastics in our environment. Frankly, for me, whether it's plastic bags, plastic straws, plastic bottles, I think that we have a dependency on plastic that we need to turn the tide on. I will remember last session when we talked about balloons and other environmental issues, and young people came before this committee, young people that aren't even old enough to vote, and they looked to us as the leaders making decisions and implored upon us to move in the direction that would protect their environment for their future. And, you know, I appreciate Senator Bennett, your comments about, you know, business. I want to support businesses as best we can, but I want to also be able to know that we've done everything we can to move in the direction to address our dependency on plastics. My question, Senator Brenner, I'm not sure if you know or anybody else knows, I'm curious where the sponsor of this bill stands on this and the direction in which it looks like this committee might be going.
I spoke with the sponsor late last week and over the weekend and communicated my plan to reconsider the piece of legislation. He wasn't pleased.
I'm trying to unmute myself. That was my, well, I don't need to know whether he was pleased or not. I just didn't know if he had given any input. I would presume he wouldn't be pleased, but I didn't know. I'm glad to hear that you did communicate that with him. I just didn't know if I was curious about the outcome of the conversation.
Any additional comments? Are we ready for a vote? Sabrina. Right.
All right. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Representative Hanley.
Yes.
Senator Carney. Absent. Representative Bell.
Yes.
Representative Bloom.
Yes.
Representative Dudera. Absent. Representative Gramlich.
No.
Representative Johansson.
Yes.
Representative O'Connor.
Yes.
Representative Toole. Absent. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
9 yes, 1 no, 3 absent.
Representative Gramlich, did you have a minority report?
Ought to pass.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Can I?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, ought to pass the original bill or ought to pass what we voted earlier on amended?
Thank you, Representative Tucker, as amended, as what we voted earlier. Thank you.
All right, any comments or announcements, housekeeping items? All right, thank you all for a productive day, and we will see you all in Augusta on Wednesday, and then we'll be back together in this Zoom space on Friday morning. Thank you.